liberty, the freedom of conscience, the constitutional protection of our religious freedom.
So we're going to take another in-depth look at our discussion, our kind of continuing, prevailing historical theme, the geopolitical issues, the religio-cultic dynamics upon which we find our world resting. And we have to go back and take a look at the way that history is presented to us. And it always strikes me that when we hear from people who live in Europe about how Americans aren't getting this information, or sometimes we hear from people who are in America that Europeans aren't informed about certain things as far as the press and the issues of the power of the press. And so it strikes me that in the Treaty of Verona around 1822 that involved the high contracting powers and authorities and the sovereign nobility, the aristocracy of Europe, entirely bent on preserving the order of the divine right of kings, the divine right of the aristocracy to rule over all the plebs and all the regular common folk. That kind of system was beginning to collapse as a political construct and a geopolitical power base in the face of the American Revolution that had put forward popular sovereignty and popular elected democratic government in place of the idea of nobility. So in 1822, one of the founding aspects of the secret Treaty of Verona was to agree and make a secret accord to use the press as a weapon against popular governments. And so this is a really enormous, voluminous subject matter that we're really just going to take apart. And again, we'll introduce different articles, different conversations, and different aspects of this whole history in order to make a record. We'll have to listen to different lectures, and we'll include all the information as we normally do. And so what we really want to get into is this discussion about the issue of Austria. And Austria being one of the central champions of the Roman papacy in Europe, often being the center of the Holy Roman Empire, and being one of the chief instruments by which the papacy would use to influence, make war against, or control the policy of, or manipulate the other nations in Europe, France, England, Germany. And so you can see that in 1820s, as we're approaching, this is after Protestant Reformation, this is after Napoleon's general, Berthier, has gone into Rome and arrested the Pope in 1789 and 1799, like we discussed, removing all the sovereign and monarchical and political, like literal civil power that the Pope had, and all of his lands and titles were removed in 1799. So now we're in 1822, and one of the champions of the Pope, Prince Metternich, a person we have to become familiar with in this whole era. And this is crucial that we discuss this because so many out there really don't understand World War I. Therefore, they completely don't understand the issues of World War II, and they don't understand what happened before World War I. So this is 1822. This is the secret Treaty of Verona. This is the Congress of Vienna. Of course, Vienna is the capital of Austria. And this is the time in the Age of Metternich. And Metternich is a high level. When I say high level, I mean controlling master of the Knights of Malta, and we need to recognize the international force of the Knights of Malta at this point because they're a papal knighthood that's been around for 5 centuries, and as they begin to grow in their ranks and their orders, when you have men who are sworn to such allegiances and such oaths, then you have to wonder, as men who are Knights of Malta, who are in our military as generals, who are in the leadership and executive branch of our government as presidents, men who are leading the countries of other nations, men like Franz von Papen, who were at the center point of controlling the Third Reich and setting that up and controlling Hitler, men who were Knights of Malta like Prince Metternich, who was going to set this entire stage for World War I and World War II to be played out on, men like Albert Pike. So we need to point out again that the Knights Templar have their tombs in the secret city of London, in the inner city of London, the banking square mile, which is at the heart of London, the capital of Britain, right? There's an inner city, and in that inner city are the temples of power there, the chancel, the temple round. We've discussed all this before. And there are the tombs of the Templar, and that's where they're buried. But you have to recognize when you go to Washington, D.C., There you have the Sovereign Grand Council of the 33rd degree, the headquarters of the Freemasons, and they're buried in their secret city in Washington, buried in the depths of the tomb of that Scottish Rite Temple of the 33rd degree, and down below there and buried in those tombs is Albert Pike. And they are, again, Templar tombs. And the Temple of the 33rd degree is, again, a temple whereupon the Templars are buried. Okay, and so that's how you need to understand the relationship between Albert Pike and Prince Clemens von Metternich and Giuseppe Mazzini in Italy. And these are all high-level order controllers of secret societies, men who have created secret societies, men who belong to these papal orders, and men who are inventing and creating the framework and laying the foundation for an international order. So all these different nations, all these different nationalities, all these different languages, German, Austrian, Italian, English here in America, all these different nationalities are going to be broken down in the framework, in the erecting of this international order that they're building. So this whole spirit of internationalism, the whole ideological construct that framed out communism and socialism and Bolshevism was all invented as a weapon against national sovereignty, against popular government, against democratically elected governments for the people and by the people. So these different internationalist ideologies, ideological weapons are being built up and used to tear down our country and countries like us who hope to hold to their own national sovereignty, which means that they keep their own borders, language, culture, way of life, their own economy, their own private citizens have their own private freedoms and independence and hold their own private wealth. These are the ideas of nationalism. Every nation first. Brazil first. Russia first. Let each country do its best for its people and go. But that's not the nature of internationalism. Internationalism is a move towards universal world government and totalitarianism, and doesn't recognize. It wants to federalize the whole world, just as it took the model of federalizing the states who used to be independent and free and sovereign. They were all of a sudden federalized and controlled and turned into an empire by this tiny city in Washington, D.C. That's the same construct that you have economically of London. The city of London, the banking square mile, economically controls and subverts all the other economies and currencies and sources of wealth in the world. And the same thing happens in Rome, where the tiny inner city of the Vatican within Rome attempts to control spiritually all the other churches and belief systems and to integrate them and to bring them into this massive syncretism of astrotheology, bring them into a system of total universal worship. And the nature of Protestantism is to resist that, to protest against that, and to resist the spiritual dictatorship of Rome. And say, no, we have our own pastors and priests and bishops here who we've put up, who teach us and who live holy lives. We don't need the priestcraft of Rome. We have our Bible, we have our Lord and Master Jesus Christ, and we don't need anyone else. That's the nature of Protestant Christian religion, Baptists. And we reject the Eusemenism, we reject the universal control of spiritual ritualism that Rome and the Vatican tries to put us all under. Merry Christmas, right? Merry Christmas. Here's a candy cane. Isn't it good? That's Roman religion for you. Okay? So let's go ahead and back this up. And we'd have a big episode here to get into. We have to discuss this quasi mystery zone there in the 1800s. This is just before the Civil War. And you can imagine that we're building up here in the 1820s, and all the sovereigns are getting together, all the unelected, the crowned and bejeweled monarchs and sultans, if you will, of all of Europe there, will get together, and the princes, all of them, to decide how they're going to politically defeat the rise of popular government. So the move of the Counter-Reformation and the Jesuits was to erase all vestiges of the rise of the Bible and popular languages so that people in different places could read it. They wanted to shut that down and shut down religious freedom and bring everyone back into line with Roman religion. And so this was the goal of Metternich, was to politically accomplish the same thing, which is to reverse the effects of freedom and economic growth and the expansion of political liberty that people were so magnetized and attracted to. free speech, freedom of religion, freedom of voting at the ballot box the way you wanted, freedom to carry on the dictates of your own conscience instead of having to be dictated to by the priestcraft of Rome, which had set into motion all the 6 centuries or so of Roman Inquisition and the horror and the terror of the butchery of Vatican-led, Roman-led inquisitions against heretics or just whoever they decided to target with the auto da fe and burning at the stake. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about many of the centuries that the Knights of Malta existed. Many of those, they were the Knights Hospitaller. So you need to recognize that they were Hospitaller Knights and how we're now facing a dictatorship, a medical tyranny of the CDC, a medical tyranny over our lives. And that was something that the idea of hospitalizing people who are travelers and pilgrims to the Holy Land there in Jerusalem. The Hospitaller Knights became the Knights of Rhodes, became the Knights of Malta, became, after the fall of the Knights Templar. So, as we go into this subject matter, we need to recognize how the Knights of Malta, the Knights of Rhodes, the Hospitaller Knights, are still carrying on the cause as champions of Rome, and they are now stepping in with Prince Metternich and getting together to make a sovereign pact to destroy popular governments and everyone that supports them in every way possible, open war, secret war. And so this is the fascinating history of the Treaty of Verona.
So as we're moving forward with this whole discussion, we have really a terabyte of different information. We can't really introduce it all, but we want to get to the important highlights, the important lead quotations, and the most pivotal and crucial information that we can really bring out. And really I want to introduce a reading first. It's a book called New World Order by Pat Robertson, and he's the 700 Club guy, and he does a lot of interesting pastoral work as pastor of a church and so on. And he had written this book, and it really discusses the background history in kind of an academic way that we're trying to get into. So let's listen to that. It's an interesting excerpt in order to introduce the terms and the personalities and the time period of this discussion.
So here, as we were saying, we have the reading of the book called The New World Order by Pat Robertson, and it really brings together all these issues and all these topics, and he's going to really just kind of enumerate the different topics in our discussion and in this kind of interesting way in his book here. So without further ado, let me just continue to read. The old world order has never known lasting peace. Listen to the sounds of 20 centuries of war, hearing the ominous thunder of armed legions marching on foot, the relentless clatter of chariots over ancient cobblestones. Listen to the clash of steel on steel, the roar of fires ravaging entire cities, the sound of buildings crashing to earth and ruins. Hear the panic of animals trampled and trapped in the midst of battle, the screams of women and children, the moans of the dying year after year, century after century. The legacy of man's rage, jealousy, and greed has spilled blood across the pages of history. Time and progress march hand in hand through the centuries, and as mankind has learned to harness the power of steam, coal, electricity, oil, nuclear fuels, his capacity for carnage has continually multiplied. Is it any wonder that as war grows ever more terrible, more and more men of goodwill should seek the ways of peace? As we scan the pages of history, can we be surprised that people would gladly accept the rule of tyrants when their own recourse was anarchy? As Rome conquered the Mediterranean world, the people gladly accepted the laws of Roman dictators, for the legions also brought Pax Romana, a measured peace under the hegemony of Rome. In the 9th century, European nations submitted themselves to the Holy Roman Empire, controlled by the papacy, which historians assert was neither holy nor Roman, nor even an empire. But peace remained elusive for the next 1,000 years, as an unending succession of warrior kings and would-be emperors continued to rise to challenge the world order. Out of the anarchy of revolution in France arose a 26-year-old general named Bonaparte, who brought an illusion of stability for a season. But this vainglorious conqueror wasted the flower of French youth on his own personal dreams of empire and ultimately turned Europe into a charnel house. Subheading The Balance of Power, page 49. After Napoleon's final defeat in 1815, the Congress of Vienna met to lay out the new map of Europe. Prince Clemens von Metternich of Austria dominated the conference, and he was certainly no idealist. Recognizing the cupidity of various European powers and the ever-present threat of war, he proposed a balance of power not that dissimilar from the concept of détente, by which no group of nations would have the strength to force its own will upon another. Further, preserving the balance in Europe required that no European nation would be permitted to gain added strength in the new world of North and South America. To ensure the European balance of power, England's Lord George Canning persuaded President James Monroe to issue what became known as the Monroe Doctrine, which declared North and South America off limits to Europeans. The Monroe Doctrine was honored because it was backed first by British power on the sea, then until the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 by the power of the United States. With balance of power politics in place in Europe, and with the incredible ascendancy of the British economic power, along with Britain's worldwide naval presence, the 19th century became a time of relative peace under what we now recognize as Pax Britannia. The most devastating conflict of the period was not between nations, but within our own nation. This was, of course, the historians now call the Civil War, and what we in Virginia call the War of Northern Aggression. And we'll go on to read, at the very moment we began to see ourselves as too wise for war, our intellectual dreams were shattered by an assassin's bullet at Sarajevo, Yugoslavia, the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand of Austria. And when we originally opened this discussion, we were talking about Prince Metternich, who was also of Austria. So the intrigue and the subterfuge of this whole issue surrounding Austria and Prince Clemens von Metternich, and really the entrance to World War I, which is what happened here in the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand. Okay, so back to the reading. An assassin's bullet at Sarajevo in Yugoslavia, the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand of Austria immediately ignited World War I. It led to 4 years of terror and carnage beyond anything the human mind could have imagined. Never in history had war been so terrible, never had weapons of destruction levied such a ghastly toll, and never has a war spawned such a bloody aftermath. An ailing president of the United States virtually ignored the Treaty of Versailles, which ended the war, while he gave what little strength he had left to the formation of a League of Nations to help ensure a safer world, safe from war. And this was in 1922 when they introduced this idea of the League of Nations. And we'll fast forward here a little bit. Although Roosevelt's Four Freedoms speech and the subsequent Declaration of 26 United Nations on January 1st, 1942 gave the impetus for the establishment of the United Nations, Roosevelt did not live to see the founding of the organization itself, yet he would no doubt have shared the idealistic fervor of those who hailed its creation. And so, to take another respite from the reading here, and we really want to show you how 1822 and the Congress of Vienna, which led to the Treaty of Verona, how that's going to lead to 1922, which was the establishment of the League of Nations, and which led to the founding of the United Nations, and how this is really the overarching political genius of that century, of that move towards bringing the world into an absolute global government, and breaking it into sections, and to bringing about a global governance like the United Nations or the League of Nations, was the intellectual outgrowth of the Treaty of Verona. And that's what we're going to get into. So let's just continue reading here. When the United Nations Charter was signed on June 16, 1945 in San Francisco, 50 nations were signatories to the agreement. The official documents were then transported to the White House by none other than Alger Hiss, who was a Knight of Malta, who was a double agent and a spy who was working for and against different nations. The presidential advisor, who was later charged with giving state secrets to the Soviets and was convicted of perjury in 1949. 5 years after the United Nations was founded, the organization participated in the first major action agreeing to intervene in the civil dispute in Korea. And the United Nations was presented to the American people in glowing terms by Dean Ackeson's words as, quote unquote, as almost holy writ with evangelical enthusiasm of a major advertising campaign. Ackeson said to raise popular hopes that could only lead to bitter disappointment. The General Assembly appeared to be town meeting of the world. And of course, Dean Ackesson, if you know his history, he went to Yale and he was in the Skull and Bones Society. Brief highlights stand out along the road to the bitter disappointment, quote unquote, of which Dean Ackesson spoke in June 1950. Harry S. Truman persuaded the General Assembly to mobilize its police action and go to war against North Korea. In 1958, President Dwight Eisenhower broke up the Anglo-French effort to maintain access through the Suez Canal when he turned the matter over to the United Nations. Dag Hammarskjöld used the occasion to blast European imperialism and to extol the virtues of the so-called Afro-Asian non-aligned nations. He goes through and discusses more about the disgusting food programs of the United Nations, and then we'll go on here to read some more. One veteran United Nations official, according to Barron's financial report, said the underlying theme at the United Nations is that the present economic crisis throughout the Soviet bloc countries is due to the pursuit of ill-conceived free market solutions. So you can see that they're playing the long game between capitalism and communism. A new world order under the United Nations, as it is presently constituted, is guaranteed to be a socialist, not a free market capitalist world system. The former United Nations ambassador, former CIA director, former ambassador to China, former Republican Party chairman, must have a pretty good idea of the socialistic and anti-democratic bias of all but a very few of the assembly. But is he ignoring such facts as did Franklin Roosevelt in 1944 in order to follow a European dream? Is George Bush merely an idealist, or are there plans now underway to merge the interests of the United States and the Soviet Union in the United Nations, to substitute world power for balance of power and to install a socialist world order in place of a free market system? So at this point, George Bush, the man he's talking about here, we now know went to Yale and was in Skull and Bones and is a Knight of Malta. So you can see where this is all directing. Prince Metternich was a Knight of Malta. George Bush here, President George Bush, is a Knight of Malta, and so was Albert Pike. And so what does that spell, this whole idea of balance of power and the idea of the United Nations bringing in world socialism? So these are the instruments of the Treaty of Verona and the Congress of Vienna, and we're going to get into that. And we will go on to read page 59. Rest assured, utopian fantasy does not work in the real world. The old balance of power strategy is still better. At least the balance of power concept is based on imposing cycles of greed. If you recognize the people in power tend to be venal, then a balance of power that counterpoises strong forces with differing views of mutual security is a real live world system. When Prince Metternich proposed the idea of a balance of power, he was acknowledging a basic fact of life. We have balanced our government with checks and balances and the separation of powers.
So in that rudimentary way, Pat Robertson is going in to describe what was coming in the aftermath of imperial Europe with the different crowned heads of state there after the Revolution of France and after the Napoleonic Wars. We're going to now redraw the map and redraw the power structure, the balance of powers, as it were. And you're going to see the introduction of the Holy Alliance take place. And you can see that now, in this particular occasion, the papacy itself has been neutered of all of its power and all of its civil action and all of its entanglements within the courts of Europe, and all of its power to wage inquisition and the inquisitional dungeons and the auto da fe, people being burned at the stake because of the censure and the indictment of the priests of the Holy Office of the Inquisition, the Inquisitors, as it were all over Europe, murdering everyone in sight who didn't seem to look like they had their papers in order, or maybe they had too much Jewish ancestry, or they were a gypsy, or they were accused of being a witch, or they were a Protestant, or a Huguenot, or a Calvinist. They were all being burned at the stake. So after the aftermath of the Age of Enlightenment there, and the development of the guillotine, keep in mind that the name guillotine was given for a man who was a student at a Jesuit college and ultimately a Jesuit of the short cloth. Monsignor Guillotine himself was, of course, a papist and somebody for which the killing machine, the head chopping machine, the guillotine was named after. It's kind of the same thing with Guy Fawkes. Guy Fawkes has the face of the anonymous mask. People like to wear the mask with the little smiling goatee man. That's Guy Fawkes, and of course he's a famous Jesuit. He tried to blow up the English Parliament during the Gunpowder Plot, and they attempted to kill King James. Of course, he was a Protestant. He was allowing Protestant free rights and liberties. He was allowing the printing of the King James Bible, and of course that infuriated the Jesuits, and they would have taken their 36 barrels of gunpowder and blown him and his family to hell if they could have got away with it. And of course, that's what the movie V for Vendetta is all about. It's making that cool again. It's making it cool to tear down your parliament houses and your congressional houses of representatives and so on and so forth. So as we try to maintain and just kind of stay on track here, we're looking at the issues surrounding the Holy Alliance, the Congress of Vienna, and the secret Treaty of Verona that came out of that, and the Congress and the Treaty of Chery. So we're going to look at how these high contracting powers of Europe, the major sovereign authorities, the princes, the dukes, all the ranks of royalty and nobility in their secret orders as papal knights and so on, they now are coming together to defend against the rising power of free government and democratically elected governments of self-government. And you have to understand that in the resurgence of the Dark Ages, there'll be no more elections. And the men who have all the money, the knights who defend the noble hegemony and the royal aristocracy, they will have the reins of power. They will have the G6s to fly in private airports, and everyone else can wear a mask. So let's continue. We need to do a little background homework as we build this out. And we're going to discuss a little bit here about the Congress of Vienna. And this is going to be just a 4-minute little discussion about the year of 1815 as it builds up towards 1822. And keep in mind, we're discussing 1822 as it relates to 1922, as it relates to 2022, and what we're dealing with in the internationalist world order and how it's coming about, this kind of medical tyranny. And you need to be aware that that's the gist of our whole calculation in history here, is to understand how the Congress of Vienna was set to destroy the United States and to bring about a world dictatorship, an international order, a ubiquitous hegemony that would do away with individual soul liberty and constitutional rights and nationalism altogether. Nation states would disappear, and of course, Prince von Metternich and all these bejeweled heads of Europe will continue to be monarchs while we all have the ground out from beneath us undermined, and we lose our standing as free men who can save and build up capital and own businesses. And that's really what they're trying to destroy at this point. So let's listen to this interesting background. This is a professor at a university, and he is going to do, he's basically doing the quiz, the homework updates for the upcoming quiz and the test for his students. And we're going to listen to the background history of the Congress of Vienna.
Professor Charlie Evans here with a few words about the Holy Alliance of 1815, which is the subject of your essay question for the History 241 midterm exam. And you see the terms of the question right there. You see other parts of the exam above, but I'm going to focus a little bit about the Holy Alliance itself. Doing a little bit of quick research on Wikipedia, I wanted to show you images of the key figures who were the signatories of the Holy Alliance. And of course, probably the chief motivator was Tsar Alexander I of Russia. And here we have a picture of him in his full military costume. We have Emperor Francis II of Austria in his regal coronation robes. And then we have King Frederick Wilhelm III of Prussia, who was the third of the main signatories of the Holy Alliance. And you'll notice that all three of them were epitomes of monarchical power in the early 19th century. The Holy Alliance itself had its origins after the Congress of Vienna, or actually during the Congress of Vienna, and I have here the picture that I found of the final act of the Congress of Vienna. And the Congress of Vienna, which lasted from late 1814 into the summer of 1815, it was held in Vienna, of course. And the purpose of the Congress was to basically redraw the map of Europe after the Napoleonic Wars. Russia had been in a constant state of unrest since the French Revolution of 1789. There had really been one war or another in one area or another of Europe since 1792, and so from 1792 to 1815, it's 23 years of war that happened in Europe. Boundaries were redrawn, countries disappeared, and so the Congress of Vienna brought together the key diplomats of Europe in an effort to redraw the map of Europe in an effort to put back together the pieces of Europe that had been destroyed by the Revolutionary era. In many ways, the key figure at the Congress of Vienna, and actually as the key manipulator of the Holy Alliance after it was signed, was Prince Clemens von Metternich. He was originally the foreign minister of the Austrian Empire. Later, he became the chancellor, or roughly equivalent to the prime minister of the Austrian Empire, and he became the really most influential person in manipulating the Holy Alliance to support the intentions of Austria, Russia, and Prussia. Now, one of the key aspects of the final act of the Congress of Vienna was to put in writing the territorial gains that accrued to Prussia, Austria, and Russia after the Napoleonic Wars. Prussia gained substantial territory along the Baltic Ocean and in the western parts of Germany. Austria gained largely the territory of northern Italy, came under Austrian control, and Russia gained most of Poland, and Poland was brought into the Russian Empire as a result of the Congress of Vienna. And so the Congress of Vienna created a new territorial settlement for Europe. It validated the powers of the conservative regimes in Austria, Prussia, and Russia. And then the Holy Alliance itself was this kind of mystical envisionment of Alexander I, who believed that this kind of bonds of Christianity would go on to solidify these bonds of the conservative powers. But that's for you to write about in your essay. And so it's a pretty straightforward essay. The document itself is pretty small for you to analyze. You do a little bit of research.
So we'll just put a pin in that. You can see that we're at our local community college doing our homework assignment for the history class, and we have the professor here giving us our homework, and this is just a straightforward look at the elementary parts of this question of the Holy Alliance. And so at this point in 1815, Napoleon's generals had stripped away the powers of the papacy to wield monarchical control over Italy and Rome and over different parts of Europe, so that the civil power and the law-making power of the papacy there in the Vatican was set back, was destroyed, in as much as now the papal states, huge tracts of land in Italy, and the Pope's ability to control the armies and courts of other monarchs and other kingdoms and principalities within Europe was now severely and completely abridged. And so after the Napoleonic Wars, in this revolutionary period, the ultramontane aristocracy of the nobility of Europe is getting together to now enforce the principles of the Counter-Reformation and react, and this is of course a decades-long reaction, but react to the development of popular government, powerfully capitalized and growing naval forces of North America are beginning to change the dynamic of human consciousness. So in as much as that people are starting to crave and long for popular rights, constitutional liberties, and in different ways they're going for it. They're trying to find a way to establish and to throw off the old chains of monarchy, and in some way to bring about a governing policy of independence and freedom. And this is all coming as a reaction of the long periods, like we said before, of Inquisition, so that all the different governments of Europe were weighed down by the tyranny and the darkness and the psychological warfare and terror that accompanied the Inquisition, so that you had to watch out that no one was going to point at you and accuse you, j'accuse. No one was going to try to point you out as a heretic, and any whisper of heresy could bring about the guards at night and the Inquisition to take people away into the dungeons for years, just to be ruined and tortured beyond recognition and finally burnt at the stake. And of course, this is the whole reason why America was founded. America was founded so that free men and their families could enjoy liberties and protections and individual freedoms under the law, so that nobody could come in the dead of night and take you away without a trial of a jury of your peers, and that's exactly what would happen. In the Inquisitional dungeons, they would bring you in before the inquisitors, and you were never heard from again, and you were not allowed to, for instance, face your accuser. That's what you're allowed to do in open court here in America. You're allowed to face your accuser and look at them in the eye, and that was not something you were allowed to do in the Inquisitional chambers and the dungeons. You were accused by someone of heresy, and they didn't have to tell you who it was, or even if the accusations were real. So it was an absolute abridgment of the human soul and of human dignity, in as much as that many, many innocent people were destroyed by the Inquisition just for the allurement of and the greed of taking their properties. So this is the kind of power base that Prince Metternich and all the members of the Holy Alliance had been used to through the medieval era. And so the Age of Reason and the Age of Enlightenment was not something that they invited. The Protestant Reformation, the overturning of the arc of history and a rejection of the power of the papacy over religion, so that people were reading their Bible and they were learning how to instruct themselves in the ways of living a Christian lifestyle and the teachings of Christ without the priests of Rome. And so this is something that had to be done away with. Popular government, religious freedoms, individual protections, constitutional liberties. These were all things that had to go. Political freedom, political liberty, it had to be destroyed. And so this is what the whole objective of Metternich and the Holy Alliance is going to be about. This issue surrounding the Congress of Vienna and what was later the secret Treaty of Verona, because we didn't really find out about the Treaty of Verona and openly like the Congress of Vienna. There was a Congress of Verona, but the treaty that they signed wasn't something that we found out, until as a matter of history later on. So the Congress of Vienna, this is between 1815 and to the period of 1822, and you have to recognize that at this point, the stratagems that they're going to lay down, what they call the concert of Europe, the orchestra, that each party player, each sovereign signatory, each of the high contracting powers of Europe that are involved and interested in this whole issue are going to play a very unique role, and they're going to work together in a clandestine manner. So the outcropping of World War I and World War II are really just the work and the accomplishment of the plans of the Congress of Vienna. And so in order for you to see World War I and World War II properly, you have to understand what was happening in the Congress of Vienna, who the people were, and how the same parties that were in World War I and World War II are sitting at the table here in the Congress of Vienna in Austria, preparing to reorder the world by any means necessary in order to set back and destroy their enemies, and ultimately set back democracy and the move of these revolutions towards popular government. In order to introduce primary documents and information that's going to really help to make our search for the truth more expedient, we have to turn our attention to the writing of Samuel B. Morse. And he is a well-known individual. He was famous at the time, at the turn of the century in the 1800s, before Civil War. And he was famous for the Morse code, which is a way of communicating between ships using a sequence of pattern of lighting repetitions in order to communicate over long distances, among other things. And he's going to be a part of that wave of inventions in the period that's going to lead up to the invention of the automobile and the telephone and all kinds of other wonderful turn-of-the-century inventions. And he is going to, in his travels, learn of a certain dangerous threat against America coming from Europe. And he's going to write a book about it, a famous book called Foreign Conspiracy Against the Liberties of the United States. And this famous book, it's going to come out in the 1800s, and it's going to come into and describe in detail the hatred in Europe among the nobility, the aristocracy, the titled classes of princes who, in most places in Europe, serve the archbishops and the curia, the cardinals, and the priestcraft of Rome, as they have for centuries. And their hatred of popular government, popular elections, instead of the king having a son who's a prince and passing his divine right to rule down to his son, and then his son and his son and his son, and everyone just stands back and watches and just gets ruled over as common subjects. That this whole class of monarchical despotism that was empowered by the Vatican and by Rome and by all their cathedrals and all their priests across Europe, who accused heretics and coronated princes put the crown on their head and officiated this, the solemnity of making heretics heretics and making kings kings was all validated by the work of the priestcraft, the Romans, their religion, the Roman religion, and those who exercise it. And so this is the same issue you had with Samuel B. Morse in his time, was that he was finding that the priests of Rome and the princes and the barons and the counts and all the different substructure of nobility that was trying to survive in Europe in the face of American popular government and democracy and other democracies springing up all over the world in different places, countries revolting and being rocked by the popular uprising for people wanting to overthrow, just as we saw in France. Ultimately, the king and the queen had their heads chopped off by the guillotine, as we said. And so these kind of popular uprisings were something that were taking place all across Europe. And this is at the time when Napoleon is about to crown himself emperor. And so all these different moving parts, all these different factors are taking place. And the major factors in this whole situation, we have the sudden suppression of the Society of Jesus of the Jesuit Order in 1773 by Pope Clement XIV. And it was attempted by Pope Clement XIII, but he was murdered, poisoned by the Jesuits, and Pope Clement XIV accomplished it, and it was supposed to be a permanent, eternal, perpetual extinction from existence forever. The Jesuits were never to ever exist again, and they were permanently undone by papal order. And of course, this was reversed by 1813. So by 1813 and 1814, virtually, the Jesuit suppression was over, and the restoration of the Jesuit order began, and they were back into play. And so right at this time, right when they take back control again, and they're in control, they are going to have this Congress of Vienna. So we're going to have a little discussion about that. And at the time that Clement XIV suppressed them in 1773, it would lead to the terrible disruption of the Napoleonic Wars and world revolutions, and ultimately in 1799, in the middle of their suppression, the General Berthier, like we said, would come into Rome and arrest the Pope and take away his powers and his estates and his vestiges and all of his different. He was basically imprisoned in the palace there. So by the time we get to 1813, we have a new Pope, and he is threatened, I think, very, very vehemently with poison, and he signs another papal bull that ends the suppression and brings the Jesuit order back into existence. And like we said, this will lead directly to the Congress of Vienna, and Prince Metternich of Austria is going to be bringing together all the powers and all the high contracting authorities and the sovereigns together to figure out what they're going to do, because they have to go back to the work of the Counter-Reformation, which had been distracted for several decades while the Jesuits were officially banned. And they went to Russia, and they went to England and other places where they could hide during their suppression. But they never did give up their oath, they never did give up their order, they never were extinguished. So it's much like reminiscent of the Knights Templar, who by papal order in France, and the King of France were suddenly found themselves crushed and arrested and burned at the stake and murdered, and in every way suddenly set upon by a secret order of the King and the Pope together, crown an altar, or thrown an altar, if you will, to basically ban them and destroy them and kill them wherever they could find them. And it sent the Templar Knights underground, and they fled, and they found other places where they could operate, and they continued on in the stone guilds and to become Scottish Rite Freemasonry and so on and so forth. But when the Templars had their power and their wealth removed, it went to the Hospitaller Knights, who are the Knights of Malta. So this is a lot of information, but we're going to get to the bottom of it. More information is what we need and not less. So let's get to the bottom. We're going to go now to the investigative journal, and it's Greg Szymanski, and he's going to give us a little breakdown in the background.
These people are 1,000 times more dangerous than the average Masonic person. Okay, they are not merely priests or priests of one religious creed. They are merchants, lawyers, editors, men of any profession, astronomers, you name it, having no outward badge by which to be recognized. They are they're all over in your society. They can assume any character that of angels of light or ministers of darkness, to accomplish their one great end. Remember what their motto is? The ends justify the means. The service upon which they are sent, whatever that service may be. They are educated men, prepared, and sworn to start at any moment and in any direction and for any service, commanded by the general of their order. We talked about who he was yesterday, the Black Pope, Jesuit Superior General, bound to no family, community, or country by the ordinary ties which bind men, and sold for life to the cause of the Roman Pontiff. And that was written by guess who? Oh, must have been some conspiracy theorist. Must have been somebody like that who knows nothing. You know who actually wrote it? Samuel F.B. Morse. He wrote, this. He was born in 1791, died in 1872, a great American inventor of the telegraph. And he wrote a book called Foreign Conspiracy Against the Liberties of the United States because he understood exactly what I'm saying on this show. He understood it 100 years ago or more. And what did he do back then? He couldn't use the internet. He couldn't just fly to Rome. He took a ship. It probably took him, I don't know how many days to get across the Atlantic. But he went to Rome because he understood when he was here that there was a conspiracy by the Vatican to overthrow this country back then. And he came back, wrote this book, and told people that. It appeared in newspapers back then. People understood it. So how has it changed? Why don't people get it today? Because as the years went on, all of this information gets put in the category of a conspiracy theory. That's why you won't hear it on Fox News. That's why you're not, and that's the conservative news broadcast that's supposed to be telling you the truth against these evil Democrats who have turned into socialists. But don't you see this is a Jesuit plot? They're putting Americans against Americans. They've got 50% of the country hating the other 50%, and you see it every day. You see that now on college campuses. Conservative speakers are being boycotted, can't even speak. You're seeing this group called Antifa running around basically clubbing people who don't agree with this progressive policies, and the police are doing nothing. You're seeing anarchy just grow in this country. It's happened before, and they're going to do it again. Samuel Morse told you that. Please listen to what we say here. If you don't listen to anything else.
So, Greg Szymanski has more to say about the book by Samuel B. Morse, A Foreign Conspiracy Against the Liberties of the United States. And of course, we'll have to use some more quotations. We're going to discuss some more in the articles we'll bring forward. And it really was like the work of Anthony B. Sutton and many other authors. It really was a watershed exposure. It was a illuminating reference for the American people who were paying attention that there was a problem in the affairs of the world, and so that this would bring about the Monroe Doctrine directly, as in a time when the presidency and the executive branch and the federal government was more sane. They prepared to guard against the machinations of the European nobility and banking aristocracy, which had planned to make America a ruination. And of course, they had their own, you can imagine that the different explorers and Cortez of old and the Columbuses of old had already, put the spear in the ground and claimed many of these regions for the princes and the monarchs of Europe as territories, Spanish holdings, etc. And that was the goal here of the Metternich, the Age of Metternich, is to move back and to reverse the trends and to destroy popular governments and democratic elections and Republican values and reduce the people to servitude and return the land itself and the mineral rights and the actual wealth of the land back to the claims of the monarchical crowned heads of Europe, like we said in the past, which still exist. They still are sitting over there on their thrones, and they still want to have the subjugation of America. So with that, we'll get back to listen to a few more minutes of the investigative journal, and we'll listen to the opinion about the Congress of Vienna.
I mean, you say, well, why do these politicians, it's impossible. No, the politicians are like, they have a nose for money. And the richest organization in the world happens to be in Rome. And who do you think they're going to take their orders from? They're going to take them from the richest people in the world, as well as those who have been doing this for hundreds of years. Do you think that Obama, Bush, Trump could understand this and really, or basically all these leaders of America have the ability to put out this system that they're calling a new world order? No, this has been planned for hundreds of years, and they go to their mentors. Now, in 1828, an organization in Vienna was formed which was called the St. Leopold Foundation. The plan was then to operate under a mask of religion, which would ensure its safety from any governmental interference. They were called the Divine Writers. The despotic European monarchs who were guided by the Jesuits had formed this holy alliance in 1815 at the end of the Vienna Congress of Vienna, hoped to accomplish by intrigue and innuendo what could not be done by bullets and bayonets. All right, so we're going back to 1828. Now, Samuel Morris was telling us about this conspiracy that was going on under this holy alliance with Rome involved and the Jesuits. For what? Well, they've always wanted this country. Now, the Habsburg family of Austria was the most powerful Roman Catholic ruling family in Europe, and consequently the most cruel, despotic, and reactionary, and had the American people not been so absorbed in the upbuilding of the Republic, they would have detected the hypocrisy of this holy fraud, the St. Leopold Foundation. We don't hear much about that. The Knights of Columbus and other Roman Catholic organizations in the USA are the successors, the beneficiaries of this offspring of the St. Leopold Foundation. And I wanted to give you a little basis for what we said yesterday. I was defining to you who the Knights of Columbus were, who the Knights of Malta are, and basically where they came from. And they came from the St. Leopold Foundation. One of the Habsburg brothers back then, Prince Rudolph, was a member of the Roman Curia, the Cardinal Rudolf Habsburg of Olmütz. It was easy for the Jesuits of the Vatican to operate through him as the agent for the foundation of funds which poured into the United States in a stream of gold. Nor did the Vatican furnish all the funds. They were most likely furnished by high contracting parties of the Holy Alliance, in accordance with the provisions of the secret Treaty of Verona. In short, the immense sums of money distributed among bishops and archbishops of the Roman Catholic Church in this country in establishing cities where none existed were used solely as gigantic political slush funds to corrupt and ultimately destroy the government and set up a monarchy instead. 1 year after the St. Leopold Foundation had been established, it received the recognition and blessing of the Pope. Catholic Europe, especially from Ireland, then began pouring into this country, every nook and cranny of that poverty-stricken continent in many cases, their passages being advanced from this slush fund. The Roman bishops of every large city from New York to San Francisco then began massing the foreign vote. The massed Roman vote in the cities placed the balance of political power in the hands of Rome, in the hands of these bishops and priests. Intimidation has always been the big stick when a man in public office presumed to oppose the advance of these ecclesiastical bosses. With the rapidly increased foreign immigration back then, these agents of the Jesuit-controlled divine writers of Europe, operating through the Jesuits and their lay agents, have made progress beyond their wildest dreams. City councils, state legislatures, and even the Congress have been browbeaten and bribed. And this St. Leopold Foundation is a great Jesuit spy system, which is not confined to the ecclesiastics of the Roman Church, but embraces every element of our society. Nor indeed is it restricted to the Roman Catholics, for the Jesuits do not hesitate to use non-Catholic tools whenever it is possible. In fact, the Jesuits prefer non-Catholics, for in this way, attention is distracted from them. In case of failure, it's always preferable to use non-Catholics. The Jesuits often used Protestant Freemasons, papal court Jews, and various Jesuit front groups, such as the Illuminati, as we talked about yesterday, to carry out the Jesuits' sinister and nefarious operations, thus shifting the blame onto others for their own nasty deeds. The priest of every parish in this country is the kingpin in this web of spying and reports regularly to his bishop every item of interest, directly or indirectly. And, I'm talking about things that were going on during this period in our country. It's the same today. It's no different. The confessional box in the Roman Catholic clearinghouse whereby the popes keep his finger on the pulse of the world. The Leopold lines that have been passed on are honeycombed in every avenue of civic, state, and national life even today. There are, to begin with, police departments of the various cities, 90% of whom conservatively say fourth-degree Knights of Columbus. They are always at the back of the call of the Catholic hierarchy.
So we'll pause it right there, and we're attempting to explain the vicissitudes of degrees of separation between the thinking between divine writers, as the gentleman called them, and people who are interested in individual rights and protecting individual rights like that in this country. The difference between subjects and citizens. And subjects don't get a vote, and citizens do. Subjects don't get a firearm to defend their homes, citizens do. Subjects are, ultimately bound by the volition of a single man, the monarch, who ultimately has to accept the divine auspices of his power from the hand of the bishops of Rome and is controlled by them thereby. And so you can see that ultimately divine writers are the men who operate in the phalanx of nobility and who operate in that aristocracy, in that European club of Rome, ultimately the knighthood, those who are bound to serve by oath and to defend their lord and those who give them commands. And so it goes back to this kind of sense of Game of Thrones and my lord and my lady. And that's kind of how the divine writers are. And ultimately they have to make sure that they appease Rome and the Roman prelates in order to maintain their seats and go forward and rise, and the nobility in their station. Just as you see Prince Metternich did. Prince Metternich played very many roles and operated as a good Knight of Malta, and ultimately would become the chancellor, the highest official in Austria, and would begin to align the divine right powers of Europe, the monarchical powers, against America and against the governments that would seek popular freedoms. I'm going to put in some more material here because we don't have a lot of time, so I want to kind of hurry it up. But ultimately, you can see here that the European Union was the goal, and that the world wars of Europe 1 and 2 were really something that were promulgated, something that were developed. And we can see that as we further our investigation of the Congress of Vienna and the Council and the Secret Treaty of Verona, and how the papacy had been stripped of all its power, but it was in the background of these high contracting powers and these high sovereign monarchs of Europe. The papacy is in the background playing a role. And it's all leading up to this period in 1922 and then ultimately in 1933, in 1929 really, when the Lateran Treaty would take place and Mussolini would give the papacy back. It would be several popes later, but this is a continuing combination of effort over time, a continuing clandestine effort to make sure that the papacy received back the powers that it had lost during the Napoleonic period. So as we're going forward, we'll begin to really, and like I said, this is an enormous subject matter, and we're beginning to show you how the European Union is really the invention of the internationalism of the Knights of Malta. So back 500 years ago, the Knights of Malta were really the first internationalists. They operated on different countries and different courts and with different languages. They kind of operated the beginning first banking system where you could go with a piece of paper from one country to another, from one city to another, and the Templars would honor your money and wherever you would go with these money checks. So exchequers and so on and so forth. The whole idea of borrowing money and international funds and international banking resources all goes back to the history of the Knights of Malta and really the Templar Knights, all to the papal knights in general were bound with the duty of protecting and operating those kind of prehistoric international institutions, if you will. So when it comes down to this era of globalism, when we talk about the international elite, in the background is the 500-year-old orders of the Knights of the Pope. And so that's where you can begin to see where the move towards degrading national sovereignty and national borders and building one universal system of authority, one universal empire, and one system of ordering and unifying the world. So this, European Union, this kind of unity, overarching political unity over all else, is something we're seeing coming out of the Council of Vienna. And that's what we're trying to point out, that they had already decided to deconstruct popular government and destroy America in 1822, and that's what you're seeing coming about now in 2022. So the Counter-Reformation would take on a geopolitical and a universal global agenda. So the secret treaty of Verona would find the high contracting powers of Europe agreeing that they have to stick together and destroy popular governments everywhere by using the media and using different mechanisms that are at their disposal. And you can see that the different secret societies that are being run, whatever name they're in, whether it's the St. Leopold Foundation or the Illuminati, or whether it's the Los Ilumbrados or the Skull and Bones Society, they're all just front operations for the same group of what this gentleman called divine writers, those who hold to the devotion to the old order of kings and monarchs and princes in Europe, just like the mob did, just like the Godfather, just like the princes and the knights that came out of Italy. When they got here to the shores of America, they began to build their empires, and they would kiss the ring of their prince, of their don, and they would kill and follow orders and obey laws that seemed to be invisible to everyone else, and they honored a code of justice that they told them to omerta, that told them to protect their old ways, and that's exactly what they did. These are the divine writers. These are the ones who are honoring the old system of monarchy in Europe, and that's exactly what Prince Metternich was all about. Now we have an excerpt from the book Secret Terrorists by Bill Hughes, and it's going to be written by Brett Norman. He's reading it, so we'll listen to a little bit of that and to focus in on the subject here.
The United States must soon face the most deadly enemy it will ever have to face. This enemy is not only the usual military enemy, but it has the organization and the capability for massive espionage and clandestine operations within the United States. It uses a facade that is virtually perfect to hide its operations. In fact, right now, this enemy is working secretly to undermine the principles that made this country the greatest nation in the world. This enemy has infiltrated the highest levels and departments of the U.S. government and poses an extreme danger to America. Let us look at a little history and understand the methods this enemy has used in the past and how it is secretly working today. Europe was finally at rest. The Napoleonic Wars were now over, having lasted nearly 20 years. The brilliant and crafty Napoleon had spread Europe with the blood of her noblest sons. At long last, there was peace. In the aftermath, European sovereigns convened a general council in Vienna, Austria, in 1814. This council has come to be known as the Congress of Vienna. The Congress continued its proceedings for 1 year, ending in 1815. Quote, "The Congress of Vienna was a black conspiracy against popular governments at which the high contracting parties announced at its close that they had formed a holy alliance. This was a cloak under which they masked to deceive the people. The particular business of the Congress of Verona it developed was the ratification of Article 6 of the Congress of Vienna, which was, in short, a promise to prevent or destroy popular governments wherever found and to reestablish monarchy where it had been set aside. The high contracting parties of this compact, which were Russia, Prussia, Germany, Austria, and Pope Pius VII, King of the Papal States, entered into a secret treaty to do so. Burke McCarty, The Suppressed Truth About the Assassination of Abraham Lincoln. According to McCarty, the Congress of Vienna formed the Holy Alliance, whose primary goal was the destruction of all popular governments. Popular governments are those where the government allows its subjects to enjoy certain inalienable rights. Can you think of any popular governments that were establishing themselves in the world and granting their citizens certain inalienable rights around the year 1815? Senator Robert L. Owen placed in the Congressional Record of April 25, 1916, the following statement, which shows clearly he thought the primary target of Holy Alliance was the United States. Quote, "The Holy Alliance, having destroyed popular government in Spain and in Italy, had well-laid plans to also destroy the popular government in the American colonies, which had revolted from Spain and Portugal in the Central and South America under the influence of the successful example of the United States. It was because of this conspiracy against the American republics by the European monarchies that the great Englishman statesman Canning called the attention of our government to it." Unquote. Senator Owen understood from the Congress of Vienna that the United Monarchies of Europe would seek to destroy the great American Republic and its blood-bought freedoms. Senator Owen was not only the one who knew about this conspiracy against American freedom and its Constitution. In 1894, R.W. Thompson, American Secretary of the Navy, wrote, quote, "The sovereigns of the Holy Alliance had massed large armies and soon entered into a pledge to devote them to the suppression of all uprisings of the people in favor of free government. And he, Pope Pius VII, desired to devote Jesuits, supported by his pontifical power, to the accomplishment of that end. He knew how faithfully they would apply themselves to that work, and hence he counseled them in his decree of restoration to strictly observe the useful advices and salutary counsels whereby Loyola had made absolution the cornerstone of the society." R.W. Thompson, The Footprints of the Jesuits. Thompson pinpointed exactly who would be the agents used by the monarchs of Europe to destroy the Republic of America, namely the Jesuits of Rome. Since 1815, there has been a continual assault on America by the Jesuits to try to destroy the constitutional rights of this great nation. The famous inventor of the Morse Code, Samuel B. Morse, also wrote of this sinister plot against the United States. Quote, "The author undertakes to show that a conspiracy against the liberties of this republic is now in full action, under the direction of the wily Prince Metternich of Austria, who, knowing the impossibility of obliterating this troublesome example of a great and free nation by force of arms, is attempting to accomplish his objective through the agency of the army of Jesuits. The array of facts and arguments going to prove the existence of such a conspiracy will astonish any man who opens the book with the same incredulity as we did." Samuel B. Morse. foreign conspiracy against the liberties of the United States. An array of books written that detail the sinister plots of the Congress of Vienna and the Jesuits against the American Republic are numerous. This conspiracy has raged since 1815 is a fact of history. He will show that this conspiracy is in full force today, and that it is the reason America is having so many problems at the present time and is so close to losing her freedoms.
That was an interesting take from Bill Hughes, the author, and he's shedding more light on the kind of relatively unknown and invisible prospect of the European powers as they seek to conquer the United States of America and end the liberties, and the possibility of population, the free populace, to rise up and to begin to steer and influence its own government and to bring about policies that help to enrich the nation and protect the nation and protect religious liberties and popular constitutional rights. Those are the things that the sovereign powers, the high contracting powers of Europe did not want to see continue. So in order to kind of further this discussion, in order to get more into a closer look at this, we have to take a look at the academic side of it, and we want to look at a breakdown of the constituent parts of the Congress of Vienna and actually take a look at how it relates to the coming World War I and World War II, and how really after the Napoleonic Wars and after the loss of Napoleon at Waterloo, there were certain bankers and Rothschild banks in England that were ready to take advantage of the confusion and to make huge, massive wealth in the confusion when people thought that the British Empire had lost to Napoleon, and there was a market terror that went on right there at the end, but it turned out that the British won and Napoleon lost, and of course at that time, as the banking legend goes, the Rothschild and other banking titans were there to scoop up the entire British economy for just pennies on the pound, as it were. Of course, at this point, Lord Rothschild is, of course, a Knight of Malta and a part of the Knights of the Empire and the Knights of the Holy Garter, the gold, with so on and so forth. And at this point, it should become abundantly clear that there's clandestine forces that are acting in coalition, in coordination with each other on both sides of the aisle, as it were, both sides of the battle lines between France and England at that point. So there are high noble personas, Knights of Malta and other individuals who are going to take advantage of this conflict between Napoleon and the British at Waterloo. And the thing is going to be somewhat staged to really affect a punishment of both countries. And there's a destruction that takes place for France, and there's a destruction that takes place for the Britain economically before it realizes that it won the battle and that it was safe from Napoleon in his advances. So let's take a listen to this interesting breakdown of the Congress of Vienna here.
Caput Novi production. Between November 1814 and June 1815. In Vienna, the powers that defeated Napoleon discussed the future European order as well as the colonies of interest to Great Britain. Specifically, the Congress set itself the objective of providing a territorial and political arrangement for three areas of general interest: Italy, Poland, and Germany. During the diplomatic discussion, the work was disturbed, but not interrupted by Napoleon's return to France from exile on the island of Elba. So much so that the ratification of the treaties took place in June 1815, a few days before the final defeat of Bonaparte by Wellington at Waterloo, who left Vienna for the occasion. Protagonists of the Congress were: Austria was represented by Prince Clemens von Metternich. Prussia was represented by Karl August von Hardenberg. Russia was represented personally by Tsar Alexander I. Great Britain was represented by Lord Castlereagh and since February to June by Lord Wellington. France, represented by the Minister of Foreign Affairs Talleyrand, was also admitted to the negotiating table, since in April 1814 Louis XVIII was installed on the throne and brother of the guillotine Louis XVI. Prince Talleyrand is a fairly controversial figure in French history, depending on the fact that he served three regimes before the Restoration: the monarchy of Louis XVI, the French Revolution, and Napoleon's empire. His chameleonism shows formidable political intelligence. He was phenomenal in convincing the coalition powers to let France participate in the Congress of Vienna. He showed all his brilliance by convincing the victorious powers that France was a victim of the revolution, suffering its product, the Napoleonic Empire. However, France's participation responded to one of the key principles of the Congress of Vienna, legitimacy. The Bourbon sovereign was considered legitimate and with the right to rule over the restored France within the borders foreseen in 1791, that is before the beginning of the Revolutionary War campaigns. One of the greatest fears of the victors was that France would once again become aggressive and expansive across the border, so political measures were directed towards limiting this. As is often the case in any negotiation, it is always difficult to find unequivocal positions between the parties. In this case, the clue was anti-Napoleonism, but despite this there was some friction. Great Britain and Russia felt themselves in a stronger position than Austria and Prussia, as the former two defeated Napoleon on the battlefield, while the latter suffered heavy military defeats. The defeats were followed by the contamination of Austrian Prussian territories with the revolutionary ideals exported by Bonaparte to Europe. In the old continent it was the emerging bourgeois class, belonging to the territories conquered by the French, that was seduced by the ideals. The principles of constitutionality and nationality spread, which for the sovereign restorers were models to be erased.
So, as we're just going through here, they're just kind of blasting through along with the facts here and just kind of reading the narrative along. But what we're seeing is a struggle between monarchical power to maintain control, maintain legitimacy and prerogative over the law and over the courts and over the military, and the move of popular governments of revolutionary forces to break free and say, no, people are free to choose their own government. They don't have to be shackled by the dictates of the despotism of a king. And so this is the give and take. And so ultimately Bonaparte is going to come out and kind of take advantage of this situation. Just as the Jesuits are being suppressed, all of a sudden the Illuminati powers come out, and that's what we're really seeing is the Jacobins as an extension of the Illuminati. So you really need to know your stuff. You got to know about the Jacobins, who are being controlled by the Illuminati, who are being run by the suppressed Jesuits at this point, who are going to raise Napoleon out of Caprica and to bring him to bring his generals to arrest the Pope and ultimately take away the power that suppressed them. And ultimately, they would be brought back into being, like we were saying. They would be restored, the Jesuit Order would be restored once again, and afterwards they wanted to talk about the restoration of the monarchy and the imperial powers and the crowned and bejeweled thrones of Europe who had the divine right to rule. And that restoration began with the Counter-Reformation and with the Congress of Vienna. So let's listen to some more here.
Revolution and the restorers' design had two clearly opposed visions of legitimation of state power. The revolution identified the state with forms of government legitimized by popular sovereignty. The people were conceived as citizens and not as subjects. The principle of legitimacy that was proposed in Vienna was to restore the inheritance of the throne by divine right. This had no positive effect on the European bourgeoisie, which progressively showed its descent in the years to come. So the main principles of the Congress were legitimacy and balance. These were supported with different intensity from the nations. Austria and Russia were inclined to support the principle of legitimacy because they feared that the bourgeois class would take over the summit. Britain, being a long-established constitutional monarchy, had no insurrectional problems, but it feared for the balance of Europe. The principle of equilibrium was strongly upheld because it guaranteed stability in trade, a cornerstone of British interests. As mentioned above, the Congress of Vienna dealt with the spatial arrangement of three crucial areas: Italy, Poland, Germany. Starting from Italy, Austria was the undisputed dominating power of the peninsula. In particular, in Lombardy, Venetia, it exercised a form of direct government with two viceroys, respectively based in Milan and Venice, which the latter did not obtain its independence. The Kingdom of Sardinia maintained its autonomy and resisted Metternich's pressure to absorb the small kingdom into the Viennese orbit. In the Duchy of Parma and Piacenza, Maria Luisa of Habsburg and Napoleon's second wife was settled. After her death, the Bourbons of Parma were integrated into the Kingdom of Lucca. This allowed Leopold II, Grand Duke of Tuscany, to incorporate Lucca into the Grand Duchy in 1847. The Duchy of Modena and Reggio was attributed to Francesco IV of Asburgo-Est. The Papal State was restored under the management of Pius VII. The Kingdom of the Two Sicilies was returned to the Bourbons under the leadership of King Ferdinand. Sicily lost its autonomy, and this was the prelude to subsequent revolts. Moreover, Naples was bound by treaties to the policies of Vienna. Poland was a territory mainly disputed by Russia and Prussia. The Grand Duchy of Warsaw was born, akin to the politics of Tsar Alexander. Krakow remained independent, while the northwestern and coastal part, the so-called Pomerania, was assigned to Prussia. Germany had great upheavals. A confederation of 39 states was established instead of the 360 city-states. Within the confederation, Austria was hegemonic, but its supremacy in the Germanic world was undermined by the most powerful state of the federation, Prussia, which showed more ethnic and linguistic unity than Austria. In addition to the reorganization of these geographical areas, there were other allocations. Bessarabia and Finland to Russia. Prussia obtained the Rhineland and Saxony. Austria was assigned Galicia and Lower Myra. Great Britain came out as the power that had the most interest in the balance of Europe, but outside the continent it strengthened itself by acquiring the former French colonies of the West Indies and territories that belonged to former allied states of France.
And as we look at the map here, I hope you will take time to look at some of the index and some of the interesting the index of the show there. But they show that the British Empire at this point would take a lot of outlying regions. And it shows that they got Gibraltar, which is right there near Portugal. They got Bermuda, which is near North America. They got Jamaica, British Honduras, British Guiana, Trinidad, Gambia, Sierra Leone, which is in Africa, Cape Town, which is in South Africa, Tasmania, in Australia. They have huge tracts in India. And so this is the result of the Congress of Vienna as they're beginning to basically carve up the globe and decide where their principal powers are going to lie. And so the largest district of holdings is in Canada, right here in North America, that the British are going to get out of this. And I think it's fascinating because it also shows right here in the Mediterranean, Malta. So the British made sure that they retained control of Malta. Okay, so let's continue with the program here.
Thus acquiring South Africa and the Cape of Good Hope from the Netherlands. Lord Castlereagh, the British Foreign Minister, an Irish nobleman who had been instructed to put the British territories outside Europe on the balance of negotiations in order to take advantage of Europe. But he did not follow this instruction, perceiving that the other states had not realized the importance of the colonies. This skillful move would allow Great Britain to remain the greatest colonial power until the end of the Second World War. It also strengthened its dominion over the seas with the Helgoland archipelago in the North Sea and Malta in the Mediterranean. Denmark was entrusted with the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein. The powers of the Restoration formed alliances in order to ensure the maintenance of stability in Europe. In September 1815, the Holy Alliance was signed at the behest of Tsar Alexander, to which they adhered: Russia, Austria, Prussia. Its aim was to defend divine right in the legitimation of kings and Christian values in European political life. Great Britain was not enthusiastic about the ideology that inspired this alliance and therefore did not join it. For this reason, the most secular Fourfold Alliance was signed in November 1815, Great Britain, Austria, Prussia, Russia. They committed themselves to maintaining political stability in Europe. This maintained the nuances of the anti-Napoleonic coalition, which is why it took on an anti-French significance. In spite of this, in 1818, Louis XVIII's France joined because it approved an aristocratic constitution as well as repressing pro-revolutionary demonstrations.
So this is really in-depth, and it's really interesting. It's going kind of fast, but it's fascinating because they show a lot of the old cartoons from the era, and it shows the big power elite in their knighthood uniforms, like carving up the globe. But it's interesting because the French really were, as a nation, going to be made a a historical, epic, biblical example of. Because the King of France, who had long been a bulwark of Roman religion and a bulwark of divine rights and a bulwark of papal power, they had disobeyed this papal authority by giving the Edict of Nantes in the 1500s. In maybe 1548, perhaps, it was the Edict of Nantes allowed for people, Gallicans and Huguenots and Waldensians and people who were not Catholic to practice their faith and be protected. And so this infuriated the Jansenists. The Jansenists were protected also. This infuriated the power of Rome and the papal authority. And of course, the Jesuits early in their mission made it their purpose to correct this error. And of course, that was overturned. And events like the Bartholomew Day Massacre become the issue and became the way that they were going to deal with Protestants. And it was the subversive double dealing and backstabbing. And of course, that was going to be the example of how they would begin to deal with Jews and Protestants and heretics in the future too, in the larger wars to come. So ultimately, France would be punished because the later king, a subsequent king, would bring back these protections of the Protestants, and that would lead to the French Revolution, which was ostensibly to free the people from the shackles of tyranny of the king, but also was to punish this king and to break the dynasty of the French kings right there at the point where they disobeyed the papacy and gave protections and gave liberty and forbade the Inquisition to hunt down and savage its people. And those kind of protections were against the Jesuit Order, and they were against the law of the papacy, which is to condemn all heretics. So the French king and Marie Antoinette would have their heads chopped off by the guillotine, as we discussed. And so you can see that this was the way to make an example out of this French king. And it would also happen again in World War I, this punishment of France, and it would happen again in World War II. And so you can see that the monarchy of France was not preserved. The monarchy of the Vatican, of the King of Rome, was preserved historically from antiquity. And so was the throne and the crown of Great Britain, the monarchy, the Queen there. And they're still in existence and have not been erased. But the monarchy of France has been erased and has been punished severely in the annals of history because it gave protections and lessened the authority of the Inquisition in its country and within the French borders. I think it's fascinating as we're doing this little discussion here about the Congress of Vienna and the restoration of imperialism. It's interesting how when they're discussing these eras in 1822 or in World War I or World War II, it's always the same people. It's Italy, Britain, Prussia, Russia, Austria, Poland. These are all the same constituent parts that are going to be having conflict and having the issues throughout all these different periods. And they're constantly realigning themselves. And you can see the chaos that these areas live under because of the wrenching of the nobility and of the papacy for control over all politics and all civil authority and all spiritual matters and all government matters. And so that's how it is that the papacy thinks that they can run it all, and they are forming the European Union. They're forming the epitome of what they intend to do for the rest of the world. So let's continue on here with our discussion.
After joining the Quadruple Alliance of France, the powers began to adhere to periodic congresses. The Second Congress was held in Troppau at the end of 1820, where revolts broke out in Sicily. Austria, Russia and Prussia agreed to intervene in the internal affairs of other states in the event of revolutionary uprisings. Great Britain did not like this and saw the principle of balance undermined by Austrian expansionism. Not to be forgotten, the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies followed the logic of Vienna. In 1821, a new Congress was held in Ljubljana, which was an update of the second one. In 1822, another Congress was held in Verona with the aim of discussing the revolts in Spain and Greece. One of the most important decisions taken by the great powers was Louis XVIII's mandate to France to intervene to repress the constitutional government of Madrid and restore the absolute government of King Ferdinand VII of Bourbon. Therefore, trust was entrusted to France. The greatest friction manifested itself on the Greek question. Prussia and Austria supported the Ottoman Empire in order to repress independence. Russia, France, and Great Britain supported the cause of independence. This was the last of the congresses because friction was forming between the powers.
All right, so that was a little bit kind of dense, and I expected to hear some kind of like, cello in the background and someone bring me some Chardonnay. But it was interesting to hear him break all that information down, and it's necessary for us to understand that the noble families are getting together to maintain their nobility, because otherwise they'll be dispersed. They'll just become citizens who vote on election day and have to perhaps become obedient politicians serving the mob. And so they're not going to do that. They're going to have the mob guillotined, and they're going to try to maintain their nobility and the aristocratic network of geopolitical hegemony that had ruled the world for thousands of years. They intended to maintain that power structure and the power of Rome ultimately that goes back into millennia. So as we're trying to move towards 1822, the high contracting power is going to get together once again to recommit their efforts and redouble their commitment, if you will, to the Congress of Vienna, and they're going to sign the Treaty of Verona. And as we approach that, we're going to listen now to the author of the book before is speaking now, and he's discussing Bill Hughes discussing the Holy Alliance in a series called Behind the Door. So let's listen to him break down. We really want to talk about the Monroe Doctrine a little bit too as we're going forward. So listen to Pastor Hughes as he discusses the Holy Alliance.
In the book 50 Years in the Church of Rome by Charles Chiniquy, he states this: Rome saw at once that the very existence of the United States was a formidable menace to her own life. From the very beginning, she perfidiously sowed the germs of division and hatred between the two great sections of this country, and succeeded in dividing South from North on the burning question of slavery. Charles Chiniquy, an ex-Catholic priest, made it very, very clear right there that the Roman Catholic Church recognized from the very beginning of the United States of America that either America and her principles would take over the world, or the principles of Rome would take over the world. It was an all-or-nothing battle between the principles of the Roman Catholic Church and the principles of the United States of America. In another work written by Samuel Morse, which is called The Foreign Conspiracy Against the Liberties of the United States, and this is in the preface of Morse's great work, we read these words: "The author undertakes to show that a conspiracy against the liberties of this republic is now in full action under the direction of the wily Prince Metternich of Austria, who, knowing the impossibility of obliterating this troublesome example of a great and free nation by force of arms, is attempting to accomplish his object through the agency of an army of Jesuits. The array of facts and arguments going to prove the existence of such a conspiracy will astonish any man who opens the book with the same incredulity as we did." Samuel B. Morse, the father of the Morse Code, wrote this book after visiting Europe and Rome in the 1830s and 40s. And in his work, he shows that there is a conspiracy going on against the Constitution of this great republic of the United States, and that Clemens von Metternich, the Prince of Austria, would use the wily Jesuits to seek to destroy the principles of this great nation. In another document called The Footprints of the Jesuits by R.W. Thompson, he states this: "The sovereigns of the Holy Alliance had massed large armies and had soon entered into a pledge to devote them to the suppression of all uprisings of the people in favor of free government. And he, Pius VII, desired to devote the Jesuits to the accomplishment of that end." In another work by Burke McCarty, on pages 9 and 10 of her book, entitled The Suppressed Truth About the Assassination of Abraham Lincoln, she wrote this: "The Congress of Vienna, covering the whole year of 1814 and 1815, was a black conspiracy against popular governments at which the high contracting parties announced at its close that they had formed a holy alliance. The particular business of the Congress of Verona it developed was the ratification of Article 6 of the Congress of Vienna, which was a promise to prevent or destroy popular government wherever found, and to reestablish monarchy where it had been set aside." Now, what are Samuel Morse, R.W. Thompson, and Burke McCarty talking about? Let me put it to you in layman's terms. In the early 1800s, there was a man who was turning Europe red. His name was Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon Bonaparte was finally taken captive right around 1812, 1813. And shortly after that, in 1814, a Congress was held in Vienna. The major countries involved in that Congress were Austria, Germany, Russia, and Pope Pius VII.
Now, as he's showing these high contracting powers there that are coming together as the Congress of Vienna, I want to point out to you that it was in 1813 there, in 1814, when the Society of Jesus was restored. So not only is Napoleon being taken off the battlefield, but at the same time, the Pope is being put in the position at the time to, in all the pressure that he's being put under with Napoleon, to restore the Jesuit Order, and they're giving their authority and their titles and their position and everything they had been taken away, and their wealth and all their standing was restored. And at that moment, at that very time in history, that's when you're going to see Napoleon subsequently defeated and taken off the battlefield and taken to the island where he's in prison there in St. Helena or what have you. And then you will see the immediate restoration of the titles of the monarchs and the imperial authorities there in Europe, and they're going to come together in Austria, and they're going to basically begin to plan for the New World Order. They're going to plan for the next 100 years. They're going to plan for 1922 and ultimately 2022. We're going to see that the Party of Davos, the uniparty system now in Washington, D.C. here, it's October 2021. At my time, we're seeing the Party of Davos, the technotronic elite, taking over the ability to travel, the ability to operate in different states, the ability to be sovereign, independent citizens is being eradicated and eroded by this kind of arbitrary medical tyranny that we're dealing with. So we have to drop back 100 years or 200 years or so and see what was happening that has brought us to this position today, and that's what we're attempting to do. So let's continue on with Bill Hughes.
The primary goal of the Congress of Vienna in 1814 and 1815 was to devise a way to destroy constitutional government wherever it was found in the world. Any government that was granting to its people certain inalienable rights was to be destroyed. And the group that Pius VII thought would be most effective in carrying out the destruction of constitutional governments anywhere in the world was a group called the Jesuit Order. Clemens von Metternich, who was the leader of Austria, according to Samuel Morse, Metternich felt that the Jesuits would be just the group of people who could destroy popular government. Now I ask you, in 1814 and 1815, can you think of some power that was granting to its people certain inalienable rights that the Jesuits would go after? The greatest nemesis of the Jesuit order would be the United States of America. Now, in a book written by Eliot called the Diplomatic Code on page 179. He's quoting Senator Robert Owen, who made this statement in 1916. Listen carefully. The Holy Alliance. Now let me state to you what the Holy Alliance was. The Holy Alliance was a phrase that was coined after the Congress of Vienna to describe the gathering together of Russia, Germany, Austria, and Pope Pius VII. They allied themselves together to destroy constitutional government, and they called it the Holy Alliance. It was certainly an alliance, but it was not holy. The Holy Alliance, having destroyed the popular government in Spain and Italy, had well-laid plans to destroy popular government in the American colonies. It was because of this conspiracy against the American Republic by the European monarchies that the great English statesman Lord George Canning called the attention of our government to it. And our statesmen then, including Thomas Jefferson, took an active part to bring about the declaration by President James Monroe in his next annual message to the Congress of the United States that the United States would regard it as an act of hostility to the government of the United States if any power of Europe ever undertook to establish upon the American continent any control or to acquire any territorial rights. This is the so-called Monroe Doctrine. The threat under the secret treaty of Verona to suppress popular government in the American republics is the basis of the Monroe Doctrine. You see, what happened was the Congress of Vienna met in 1814 and 1815, but that wasn't enough. So there was another Congress held in 1822. And at both of those Congresses, an English statesman by the name of George Canning was in attendance. George Canning realized that through the Congresses at Vienna and Verona, that the monarchies of Europe, using the Jesuit Order, had one goal, and that was to annihilate the United States of America. And so George Canning warned the United States statesmen, including Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson then wrote a letter, of which I have a copy, what I'll read to you from momentarily. Jefferson wrote a letter to James Monroe, who was then the president, and he said, James, the monarchies of Europe want to destroy our republic. You've got to do something. And so James Monroe did. December of 1823, in which he issued his famous Monroe Doctrine. And Monroe's doctrine was a response to the Congress at Vienna and Verona, warning the monarchies of Europe and the Pope that if they ever tried to colonize in the Western Hemisphere, the United States government would look upon that as an act of war. Listen to Thomas Jefferson's letter, written to James Monroe from Monticello, October 24, 1823. It says, Dear Sir, the question presented by the letters that you have sent to me is the most momentous which has ever been offered to my contemplation since that of independence. That made us a nation. This sets our compass and points the course which we are to steer through the ocean of time opening on us. And never could we embark on it under circumstances more auspicious. Our first and fundamental maxim should be never to entangle ourselves in the broils of Europe. Our second, never to allow Europe to intermeddle with cis-Atlantic affairs. America, North and South, has a set of interests distinct from those of Europe, and particularly her own. And then going on, Thomas Jefferson says, "Nor is the occasion to be slighted when this proposition offers of declaring our protest against the atrocious violations of the rights of nations by the interference of anyone in the internal affairs of another, so flagelliously begun by Napoleon Bonaparte, and now continued by that equally lawless alliance, calling itself holy." A little bit later on, Jefferson says, "We will oppose the forcible interposition of any other power." I have been so long weaned from political subjects, Jefferson concludes, and have so long ceased to take any interest in them, that I am sensible that I am not qualified to offer opinions on them worthy of any attention. What a humble man. But the question now proposed involves consequences so lasting and effects so decisive of our future destinies as to rekindle all the interest I have heretofore felt on such occasions, and to induce me to the hazard of opinions which will prove only my wish to contribute still my little mite towards anything which may be useful to our country, and praying you to accept it at only what it is worth. I add the assurance of my constant and affectionate friendship and respect. Thus were stated the words of the great President, Thomas Jefferson, ex-president at that time. If the Congresses of Vienna and Verona were not enough, after Monroe gave his Monroe Doctrine late in 1823, about 15 months later, there was yet another Congress held. This one was to be held in a place called Chieri in northern Italy. There was a Jesuit college there at Chieri, and it was there that the Jesuit Order met to plan exactly what they were going to be doing in the future. And to summarize the Congress at Chieri in 1825, they basically said, "We are going to destroy Protestantism wherever it is found. We are going to take any constitutional government and we are going to subvert it and destroy it." They stated, "Protestantism is becoming decomposed. It's falling to pieces. We are beginning to gain from it men of note, and there are even high personages whom we have succeeded in convincing that if they continue to uphold Protestantism, they are lost."
So that conversation is totally fascinating. It's an hour long. We can't put it all in here, but you can see the gist of what he's getting at. And I'm trying to get over to the Monroe Doctrine. We don't have a lot of time, so let's just take a few minutes and listen to a breakdown of what exactly the Monroe Doctrine was. And this is kind of more of a college course level, Wikipedia info page type of breakdown of the Monroe Doctrine, but it has all the necessary information that we're trying to put together for this podcast. So let's listen to it.
The Monroe Doctrine was a United States policy of opposing European colonialism in the Americas beginning in 1823. It stated that further efforts by European nations to take control of any independent state in North or South America would be viewed as the manifestation of an unfriendly disposition toward the United States. At the same time, the doctrine noted that the U.S. would recognize and not interfere with existing European colonies nor meddle in the internal concerns of European countries. The doctrine was issued on December 2, 1823, at a time when nearly all Latin American colonies of Spain and Portugal had achieved, or were at the point of gaining, independence from the Portuguese and Spanish empires. President James Monroe first stated the doctrine during his 7th annual State of the Union address to Congress. The term, Monroe Doctrine, itself was coined in 1850. By the end of the 19th century, Monroe's declaration was seen as a defining moment in the foreign policy of the United States and one of its longest-standing tenets. It would be invoked by many U.S. statesmen and several U.S. presidents, including Ulysses S. Grant, Theodore Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, and Ronald Reagan. The intent and impact of the Monroe Doctrine persisted with only small variations for more than a century. Its stated objective was to free the newly independent colonies of Latin America from European intervention and avoid situations which could make the New World a battleground for the Old World powers, so that the US could exert its own influence undisturbed. The doctrine asserted that the New World and the Old World were to remain distinctly separate spheres of influence, for they were composed of entirely separate and independent nations. After 1898, Latin American lawyers and intellectuals reinterpreted the Monroe Doctrine in terms of multilateralism and non-intervention. In 1933, under President Franklin D. Roosevelt, the U.S. went along with the new reinterpretation, especially in terms of the organization of American states. The U.S. government feared the victorious European powers that emerged from the Congress of Vienna, 1814 to 1815, would revive the monarchical government. France had already agreed to restore the Spanish monarchy in exchange for Cuba, as the revolutionary Napoleonic Wars, 1803–1815, ended. Prussia, Austria, and Russia formed the Holy Alliance to defend monarchism. In particular, the Holy Alliance authorized military incursions to re-establish Bourbon rule over Spain and its colonies, which were establishing their independence. Great Britain shared the general objective of the Monroe Doctrine, albeit from an opposite standpoint and ultimate aim, and even wanted to declare a joint statement to keep other European powers from further colonizing the New World. The British Foreign Secretary George Canning wanted to keep the other European powers out of the New World, fearing that its trade with the New World would be harmed if the other European powers further colonized it. In fact, for many years after the Monroe Doctrine took effect, Britain, through the Royal Navy, was the sole nation enforcing it, the U.S. lacking sufficient naval capability. Allowing Spain to re-establish control of its former colonies would have cut Great Britain off from its profitable trade with the region. For that reason, Canning proposed to the U.S. that they mutually declare and enforce a policy of separating the New World from the Old. The U.S. resisted a joint statement because of the recent memory of the War of 1812, leading to the Monroe administration's unilateral statement. However, the immediate provocation was the Russian ukase of 1821 asserting rights to the Pacific Northwest and forbidding non-Russian ships from approaching the coast. Topic: Seeds of the Monroe Doctrine. Despite America's beginnings as an isolationist country, the seeds for the Monroe Doctrine were already being laid even during George Washington's presidency. According to S.E. Morrison, as early as 1783, then, the United States adopted the policy of isolation and announced its intention to keep out of Europe. The supplementary principle of the Monroe Doctrine, that Europe must keep out of America, was still over the horizon. While not specifically the Monroe Doctrine, Alexander Hamilton desired to control the sphere of influence in the Western Hemisphere, particularly in North America, but was extended to the Latin American colonies by the Monroe Doctrine. But Hamilton, writing in the Federalist Papers, was already wanting to establish America as a world power and hoped that America would suddenly become strong enough to keep the European powers outside of the Americas, despite the fact that the European countries controlled much more of the Americas than the U.S. itself. Hamilton expected that the United States would become the dominant power in the New World and would, in the future, act as an intermediary between the European powers and any new countries blossoming near the U.S. In fact, in a note from James Madison, Thomas Jefferson's Secretary of State and a future president, to the U.S. ambassador for Spain, the federal government expressed the opposition of the American government to further territorial acquisition by European powers. Madison's sentiment might have been meaningless because, as was noted before, the European powers held much more territory in comparison to the territory held by the U.S. Although Thomas Jefferson was pro-French, in an attempt to keep the French-British rivalry out the U.S., the federal government under Jefferson made it clear to its ambassadors that the U.S. would not support any future colonization efforts on the North American continent. Topic: The Doctrine. The full document of the Monroe Doctrine, written chiefly by future President and then Secretary of State John Quincy Adams, is long and couched in diplomatic language, but its essence is expressed in two key passages. The first is the introductory statement, which asserts that the New World is no longer subject to colonization by the European countries. The occasion has been judged proper for asserting, as a principle in which the rights and interests of the United States are involved, that the American continents, by the free and independent condition which they have assumed and maintain, are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any European powers. The passage, which contains a fuller statement of the doctrine, is addressed to the Allied powers. of Europe, that is, the Holy Alliance. It clarifies that the U.S. remains neutral on existing European colonies in the Americas, but as opposed to interpositions that would create new colonies among the newly independent Spanish-American republics. We owe it therefore to candor and to the amicable relations existing between the United States and those powers to declare that we should consider any attempt on their part to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to our peace and safety. With the existing colonies or dependencies of any European power, we have not interfered and shall not interfere. But with the governments who have declared their independence and maintained it, and whose independence we have, on great consideration and on just principles, acknowledged, we could not view any interposition for the purpose of oppressing them, or controlling in any other manner their destiny, by any European power in any other light than as the manifestation of an unfriendly disposition toward the United States. Topic. Effects. Topic. International response. Because the U.S. lacked both a credible navy and army at the time, the doctrine was largely disregarded internationally. The U.S. lacked both a credible navy and army at the time, the doctrine was largely disregarded internationally. Prince Metternich of Austria was angered by the statement, and wrote privately that the doctrine was a new act of revolt by the U.S. that would grant new strength to the apostles of sedition and reanimate the courage of every conspirator. The doctrine, however, met with tacit British approval. They enforced it tactically as part of the wider Pax Britannica, which included enforcement of the neutrality of the seas. This was in line with the developing British policy of laissez-faire free trade against mercantilism. Fast-growing British industry sought markets for its manufactured goods, and, if the newly independent Latin American states became Spanish colonies again, British access to these markets would be cut off by Spanish mercantilist policy. Topic. Post-Bolivar events. In early 1833, the British reasserted their sovereignty over the Falkland Islands. No action was taken by the U.S., and George C. Herring writes that the inaction confirmed Latin American and especially Argentine suspicions of the United States. In 1838-50, Argentina was blockaded by the French and, later, the British. No action was taken by the U.S. despite protestations. In 1842, U.S. President John Tyler applied the Monroe Doctrine to Hawaii and warned Britain not to interfere there. This began the process of annexing Hawaii to the U.S. on December 2, 1845. U.S. President James Polk announced that the principle of the Monroe Doctrine should be strictly enforced, reinterpreting it to argue that no European nation should interfere with the American Western expansion. Manifest Destiny. In 1862, French forces under Napoleon III invaded and conquered Mexico, giving control to the puppet monarch Emperor Maximilian. Washington denounced this as a violation of the doctrine but was unable to intervene because of the American Civil War. This marked the first time the Monroe Doctrine was widely referred to as a doctrine. In 1865, the U.S. stationed a large combat army on the border to emphasize its demand that France leave. France did pull out, and Mexican nationalists executed Maximilian. In 1862, Belize was turned into a crown colony of the British Empire and renamed British Honduras. The U.S. took no action against Britain, either during or after the Civil War. In the 1870s, President Ulysses S. Grant and his Secretary of State Hamilton Fish endeavored to supplant European influence in Latin America with that of the U.S. In 1870, the Monroe Doctrine was expanded under the proclamation announced on December 29, 1902 by the Foreign Minister of Argentina, Luis Maria Drago. This was a response to the actions of Britain, Germany, and Italy during the Venezuela crisis of 1902-1903, in which they had blockaded and shelled Venezuela's ports in an attempt to collect money owed as part of its national debt, accrued under regimes preceding that of President Cipriano Castro. Drago set forth the policy that no European power could use force against an American nation to collect debt. President Theodore Roosevelt rejected this policy as an extension of the Monroe Doctrine, declaring, "We do not guarantee any state against punishment if it misconducts itself."
So, at this point, we can see that the Theodore Roosevelt administration, the Monroe Doctrine was being used as a way of policing the area, and especially on behalf of the British, and collecting large banking debts on an international level. So the Monroe Doctrine has changed much in that time. But as we come to recognize, as we're pointing out in this show, it's the enormous economic strength and the colossal banking power of the City of London at the center of the capital of Britain there, that was beginning to bring the United States to bear under all this debt spending and borrowing, and through the process of having a central bank of America that was done away with by Andrew Jackson, and then ultimately we end up back again in 1913 with the Federal Reserve Act, which was again a central bank, which was carefully handled politically through the media at the time, and made it seem like that it was a Federal Reserve when there was no reserve or no federal bank. It was simply borrowing from the European money lenders and the Rothschild banking lords of London. So that's how we ended up in this situation where we now owe trillions of dollars to the London banks and to the Class A stockholders of those massive banking cartels, and why we all must stop what we're doing and give massive amounts of money to, bail out the Lehman Brothers or whatever, what have you. And that was an interesting look at the Monroe Doctrine. That was 27 minutes, so we had to break it down to the most interesting highlights. And it's true that they tried to set up the French Emperor Maximilian III there in Mexico during the Civil War, and brought in thousands of French troops in order to invade from the south. And of course, they would have invaded, but it was, thank God, the Russian Tsar, who at the time had kicked out all the Jesuits and decided not to go along with the program, and he protected both coasts, the east and the west coast of the United States, from any interference of the European powers. They surely would have came in during the Civil War, and it would have been a much more devastating repeat of the War of 1812. So as we're going forward here, we have a couple more articles to insert, and we want to kind of get the information situated and laid in here on this podcast. And I want to get over to discuss the Treaty of Verona some more. We have a really interesting lecture that goes in depth and breaks it down, does a little bit of a reading. It's not terribly long, but I want to add this interesting side commentary by Eric John Phelps, and he always has something interesting to add. So let's take a listen to his particular point of view here.
Anglo-Saxon Protestant nation of these United States of America, as was founded in 1789 by George Washington and other white Anglo-Saxon Protestant Calvinists. Remembering, according to George Bancroft in his masterpiece work, his 10-volume set, that of the history of the United States, he said in about volume 3 that every state was Protestant, including Maryland. Okay? So the purpose of the Jesuit Order was, in fulfilling the Council of Trent, is to destroy the Protestant Reformation worldwide, and North America here became a haven for the white Northern European Protestants of Europe, as they had been persecuted for over 200 years by the Jesuits and their Inquisition. And so they purposed to destroy it. They considered this a missionary country in 1808 and ended it in 1900 when they took the country with Teddy Roosevelt with the McKinley assassination. But throughout the 1800s, they were busy bringing in Irish Roman Catholics for the purpose of settling them primarily in the cities of the north, Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and other areas, so that they could be given control of the political machine and the banking, and that ultimately then the Jesuits would foment the war between the states, and on the ruins of that, in 1868, the Irish Roman Catholics would be manning everything, and they later then created the Knights of Columbus to man the empire. So the Jesuits have always had a plan of Catholicizing our country. They then went on to attempt to Latinize our borders, and I read about this in Burke McCarty's great work, The Suppressed Truth About the Assassination of Abraham Lincoln, written in 1924, when she very plainly said that it was the purpose of the Jesuits to Catholicize our southern borders with Mexicans and people from the Caribbean. And so that is what illegal immigration is really all about. It's bringing in millions and millions of Mexican Roman Catholics that will be the abject servants and slaves of the priests that protect them when they come in here, because remember, many of them are employed by corporations, and those corporations are owned by the Vatican.
To the monarchies and also to the Vatican's hold?
Well, the Protestant Reformation gave the people the spiritual power to break away from not only the spiritual power of the Pope, but they did not need priests anymore, but all they needed was, there was one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus, so there was no need for the Pope, the priesthood. So they then carried on their revolutions in Germany with a 30 Years' War and in Holland with that 80 Years' War to cease from being slaves of the papacy. And so it allowed the white Northern European Anglo nations, Saxon nations, to break away from the Pope's political grip on them, because also the kings and the nobles united with the people against the papacy. So that's what essentially happened. And then from then on, we understand history in Europe as the forces of the Counter-Reformation, the Jesuits, versus the forces of the Reformation, particularly the Calvinists.
And so we can assume also that the monarchies were not happy with the United States because they gave the common person something they would not, and that is property. Is that correct?
That's right. The monarchies hated the United States because it was an example to the world, under which William Penn called the holy experiment. He said this was an example to the world that men could indeed truly govern themselves, if indeed they were tempered with the teachings of the Bible, of the Reformation Bible. And so all the other nations then sought to do the very same thing. I just finished a study on Benito Juarez, and Benito Juarez set up a constitutional republic in Mexico, and he is regarded as the savior of Mexico and the greatest Mexican statesman who has ever lived. And what Benito Juarez realized was that the papacy had to go. So he expelled the Archbishop of Mexico. He expelled all 5 Roman bishops in that country. He kicked out all the Jesuits, all the secret societies, the Sisters of Charities, all of them. He forbade them to parade themselves in any religious government.
All right, now, with this forced immigration, that would necessarily mean, if you believe that there is a conspiracy, that the Vatican had, and the monarchies as well, if they are joined at the hip, and I want you to speak to that they wanted to see an event that would take place some maybe 2 decades later or a decade later that would start to kneecap, if you will, the constitutional republic known as the United States.
Right. What they had planned was they had planned to foment a revolution, and all they had to do was read George Washington's farewell address, which is America's greatest state paper. And what he warned about was foreign influence that would cause a geographical division of the country, north and south, so as to foment a war, and thus the Constitution would fall. And he warned about that very strongly. So that's exactly what the Jesuits did. They brought their Irish Roman Catholics primarily into the northern cities. And then they taxed the southern people on their tobacco and cotton, and the tax that was collected was spent primarily on the development of northern industry, which really infuriated the Southerners. Of course, the vast majority of them were Protestant.
Right. And also big states' rights advocates, right?
Absolutely.
And that's
because the Constitution was a specific grant of powers. Nothing more than what was delineated in the Constitution was granted to the federal government by the states. All the other powers that were not specifically granted were retained by the states. And it's just like any other contract. If you decide to have me build your house, and we enter into a contract, and I agree to buy these materials, and only these materials, what if I just decided to go buy all these other materials and then gave you the bill? See, there's no implied powers in the contract that you and I enter into, and there was no implied powers with the contract that the states entered into. It was specific, express grant of power, and that is delineated in the Virginia and Kentucky resolutions written by Madison and Jefferson.
Do you have any kind of statistics about how many Irish did come in through that time period in the 19th century? And if there were any inducements for them to come over? I mean, besides the fact that, there was this famine.
I can't remember the exact amount. I believe it was in excess of 1 million. I'm not sure. What I do know is it continued for many years, and it was most interesting that even after the war, what later became the White Star Line of J.P. Morgan continued to bring in the Irish Roman Catholics.
Was that involved at all? And I'm digressing for a second, but just out of curiosity, the White Star Line, did that have anything to do with the Titanic?
Absolutely. The White Star Line owned the Titanic and the Olympus.
What a surprise.
Uh-huh.
All right, so what we're alluding to here is that the European monarchies, the Vatican's backed up by the Jesuit muscle, forced an Irish immigration into the United States specifically to arm the Union Army, to do 2 things, I would assume. One, cut deeply into the Protestant America, and 2, to get rid of states' rights and to bring about a type of government, a federal government, which really, Eric, I don't know how you feel about it, but it's about as state-run as the Soviets.
Correct. There's no difference. Because the Jesuits run Russia, just like they run this country. So what they did was they set up a national government, because what we had was a federal republic of the United States. So they set up a national government after they decimated the Protestant South with its War of Annihilation, remembering that both the radical Red Republicans and the Southern Democrat, the leadership of both parties, was controlled by the Jesuits. That includes Jefferson Davis, that includes Robert E. Lee, because Lee was a traitor, betraying his own troops at Gettysburg. So they controlled both sides, ensuring that the South would lose, and then instituted their horrible Reconstruction, intending to completely destroy the Protestant South.
Was there a time early on in the Civil War where it was thought that if the Confederates had struck, or at least followed through in their early victories, that they might actually have turned the tide early in the war?
The first Manassas would have ended the war had Jackson been allowed to pursue the enemy into Washington.
So now, as a result of this, the Civil War is fought, the Union wins, and what happens to 14th Amendment America that was different than before?
Okay, the war is fought, the whole nation loses. We are then reduced to the forced ratification of the 14th Amendment, because remember that all the southern states were put under martial law. They were divided into 5 military districts, overseen by the cruelest of military commanders, including Butler the Beast in Louisiana. And until the states would ratify, they would remain under martial law. And so the last states to leave were Virginia in 1870 and Texas in 1870. And so when they ratified the 14th Amendment and gave their ironclad oath to the federal government, then they withdrew with their federal occupation. And with the 16th Amendment, what that did was this.
The 14th Amendment, right, okay.
But the 14th Amendment, what it did was this. It reversed, quote, the origin and character of American citizenship, unquote, according to the words of the Supreme Court. And what it did was it made U.S. citizenship, quote, paramount and dominant, unquote, and it made state citizenship, quote, subordinate and derivative, unquote. So it reversed it. And this is exactly what the Jesuits wanted to do. This was the whole purpose of the war, was to centralize power in Washington, conforming the government of the United States to be governed precisely as Vatican City government is being run, all centralized. Then in 1871, they incorporated Washington, D.C.
Now, you could say, and I believe this to be true, it's not my idea, but I do agree with it, that what happened at that time was almost a dry run on a smaller scale for a federation, which obviously the Vatican is looking toward as our number of New World Order types and groups in the world yet to come, that doing that to the United States almost was a dry run by federating those states.
That's correct. What they did, for example, to the state of Virginia in the war, when they divided it, created the illegal state of West Germany in 1863, because Virginia was a most Protestant, Presbyterian, Calvinist state. It was the keystone state. It was the state that made our country. Virginia had to be divided and conquered. What they did to Virginia in the 1860s, they did to Germany in the 1940s.
Now, we're past that point. The United States as an experiment, as a constitutional republic, nothing like it before, now has been, as I would say, kneecapped. It's been wounded. And would you agree that it really never, ever has gotten close back to the prominence and the freedom with which people lived their lives prior to the Civil War?
Correct. The Federal Republic of the United States was destroyed. It no longer exists. And on its ruins was created this, what I call in my book, the Pope's Holy Roman 14th Amendment American Empire. And with this Holy Roman 14th American Empire, it wasn't quite complete at the end of the war. They had to destroy the Indian nations. So from 1865 to 1895, the Jesuits, specifically Pierre de Smet, who was the most powerful Jesuit in the plains at that time, led and coached the Roman Catholic Philip Sheridan, the general of the army, into the conquering and the subjugation of all the Indian tribes, putting them on reservations after mass killing them. It was one of the Vatican's ethnic cleansings in North America. It was America's 30 Years' War here in North America. And it was General Sheridan, a Roman Catholic servant of Pierre de Smet, who said, quote, "The only good Indian is a dead Indian." Immigration is against the law by any country. And if the government is doing the job of that country, it is going to punish illegal immigration to whatever extent necessary it needs to be done. There is no country that I know of in the world that allows all this illegal immigration other than this country. So what illegal immigration does is it destroys the national identity of a country, and it creates all sorts of factions who then can be easily excited and agitated against each other, creating race wars or whatever kind of agitation the Jesuits want to create, and then that in turn enables them to suspend the Constitution or suspend any sort of peaceful law that that nation might have and put in then an absolutist military dictatorship in the name of restoring order. And that's exactly what they have planned to do in this country. That's only unique in the last 50 years after World War II, when the Jesuits went on full bore to destroy this country.
Well, the black immigration obviously was forced on them. And that was also because of European slave trade.
That's correct. Well, let's review that a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead, do it.
The slave trade had been raging all throughout the Dark Ages before the Reformation ever took place. So don't blame any Bible-believing white Protestant for that. Number two, the slave trade was conducted by the Vatican through its agents, most of them being Islamic, because the Vatican created Islam. Wherever Islam raises its bloody sword, the Vatican always benefits. So the greatest slave traders in the world at that time were the Muslims, the Muslim Arabs. And so for a black man to join the Nation of Islam or the Muslim religion is insane, because they have been his greatest persecutors. The other of his greatest persecutors were the Roman Catholic shippers, the Jesuits, because they took the blacks of Africa and they brought them across the ocean into South America, because the Incas and the natives of South America couldn't work so hard. So the idea was to bring the blacks who were physically stronger, more muscular, to do the work. So the slave trade's raging. The labor in slaves is regarded as property. And the slave trade then is carried on in North America with the French, and they're brought into Louisiana and Florida area, and St. Augustine and so on. So the slave trade is flourishing. What happens when our country was founded in 1789, our founding fathers gave the slave trade 20 years to exist, and after that it was over. And Jefferson and many of our founding fathers wanted to do away with the slave trade and to repatriate the blacks back to Africa. That's why the nation of Liberia was created, and that's why Monrovia was founded, bought and paid for by white Presbyterians here in the United States. James Buchanan's brother, Thomas Buchanan, was the first governor of Liberia. So it was the purpose of white Anglo-Saxon Protestants to undo this injustice and bring the black slaves back to Africa. And that was Lincoln's policy. That was the policy of Jefferson, Monroe, and Abraham Lincoln. But the Jesuits would not allow this. They had more plans for the blacks in this country to use them for the destruction of our country.
Deliberately bereft of Border Patrol to allow this to happen. And secondly, now we know for a fact that all this is being financed by, at least in the United States, the Carnegie Foundation.
Correct. The Jesuits in control of the Council on Foreign Relations, which in turn controls the Carnegie Foundation and the Ford Foundation, finance this massive Roman Catholic immigration, because Guatemalans are Roman Catholic.
Right. So most of Central America.
They're bringing all of them up here into the north so they can further Catholicize, and the purpose then is to make America exactly like Cuba or Central America and South America, a marginalized nation of peoples who have no history and will only be governed by military dictators. Now, with regard to the border, yes, it's the policy of the federal government to not permit the Border Patrol to do any arresting, to do any shooting, to do any protecting of our borders, for which reason I encourage Texas and all the border states to secede. Washington is ruining this country, and the men of the states are going to have to do something about it, or it's going to be over in 50 years.
So you can see that Eric Phelps takes a very dim view of the policies of internationalism and of illegal immigration, which are neutralizing the liberties and the freedoms that we have here in America, the constitutional protections that our government exists to support and protect, are being dissolved, just like the states' rights, the individual states' sovereignty. And so as we have all these different people come in who are not legally liable for the debt that's being incurred, I mean, they don't have social security numbers and they're not paying taxes, so they're not really liable for the trillions of dollars of spending, but they're here voting and they're here taking the resources out of the social security system and the welfare system. And so it's really just a debacle, and it's not about, if people get sensitive about issues and about politics and they want to scream about racism and different issues, but is for America to exist as a separate and sovereign nation, an independent state, it has to have borders. We have to have people here who are documented, who are responsible for the debt that's being incurred in the country. Otherwise, you can just vote for Democrats to borrow trillions of dollars, and you don't have to worry about how that money is going to get paid back. And that's a difficult place for America to be, for it to continue to exist. So those people either need to become stakeholders in American democracy, become citizens of America, or they should just go back to the countries where they were born. And that's the nature of nationalism. And in a world of internationalism, a world of Antifa and spoiled rich college kids throwing Molotov cocktails in the streets, the idea of just letting everyone into everyone else's borders and just letting all the poor people into your parents' house to raid the refrigerator sounds just like a grand idea to save the poverty-stricken people of the world and so on. And this is the kind of banality that you get, the ignorance that's being taught in academia today. So in order to give you an idea of how internationalists, the Party of Davos, really look at this, we have this interesting little episode. This is kind of a modern uptake and a modern look at how the world views the situation in Europe and how European monarchical totalitarian fascism and technocratic fascism that we're seeing coming out of the European Union, which is aligning with the Chinese Communist Party, is something that's being treated as in glowing terms and is being championed and lauded in all corners of the liberal media establishment, the elite Hollywood, Twitter and Facebook set out there, people with their smartphones. They have people that are crawling in tunnels in Peru and in Zimbabwe to mine the tin and the mercury and the different elements they need for their smartphones. But as long as they vote Biden, they're good. They feel good about themselves. That's where we're at. So let's listen to this interesting geopolitics episode, and we'll get an idea of where we're at here.
Hello there, and welcome to Talking Geopolitics. Next week marks the 206th anniversary of the signing of the Congress of Vienna, the peace conference that resettled Europe after the fall of Napoleon. It certainly seems another world to Europe in 2021. But later in this episode's fireside chat, George Friedman tells me why its reflection can still be seen in today's EU. And sticking with the European theme, Geopolitical Futures editor Ryan Bridges explores how US attitudes might be changing towards an integrated EU army. After decades of resistance, US attitudes towards a joint EU defense policy may be shifting. Last week, the Center for American Progress released a report arguing that the US should support an integrated EU military. The think tank is increasingly being seen as a funnel to the Biden administration. According to Business Insider, 61 of its alumni now work for the administration, including its president Neera Tanden, who is a special advisor to Biden. To understand US attitudes towards European defense, I spoke with GPF editor Ryan Bridges. Ryan, when it comes to EU defense, the United States has opposed European Union defense programs pretty much ever since the end of the Cold War. What's the reservation?
I think it goes back even farther than that. If you look at some of the remarks, even as far back as the Nixon administration, you had Kissinger talking about how the United States didn't oppose the Europeans having a foreign policy. They just wanted them to have the same foreign policy as the U.S., essentially. There was talk about concerns raised by the Americans about European duplication of NATO efforts going back to the 70s, and especially in the 80s when this isn't talked about very much. A lot of people don't know this history at all, but there was an effort to revive the Western European Union, which was kind of a specifically Western European defensive alliance. And there was an effort to revive it in the early 80s, mid 80s. And the U.S. was very much opposed to that and concerned about duplicating efforts. And I think really what it comes down to is particularly, so right after the Second World War ended, the U.S. was encouraging European defense integration and especially like rearming the Germans. And the only way that the French were going to allow that to happen was if they had some control over how the Western German military was used. And so they tried to push this European defense community at the time. And in, I think, 54, the French ended up voting against it and sank it. And then it just kind of fell by the wayside. And in the 70s, whenever the Europeans started toying with this idea of having an independent defense and foreign policy again, the Americans, I think, were very opposed to it, in part because they were really worried about losing control, losing influence over the Europeans. And, this was around the time that especially the West Germans were starting to kind of reach an accommodation with the East Germans. And, this was the age of détente and all these sorts of things. And I think there was a fear that they were, it was in America's interest, really, to have the Europeans as an appendage of American defense and foreign policy. And so then after the Cold War ended, you entered a new phase where for a brief period, America was completely unchallenged globally. And from the American point of view, it didn't make a ton of sense to encourage the creation of what could be a rival military power. So I think that even when the U.S. has been interested in European integration, there's been an insistence on European defense integration, I should say, an emphasis on it being done in a kind of confederation format where there's a lot of entry points for the U.S. to influence the decisions that they end up making.
Does that still hold true now, though? I mean, we're now obviously in much more of a kind of world of renewed geopolitical competition. Does the idea of not creating a potential future adversary still hold true, or is it actually a situation where the US needs a more integrated European defense ally?
There's an obvious logic from a U.S. standpoint to encourage the creation of an EU army, essentially, because the central challenge, I guess you could say the central challenge for the United States today is COVID and the economic recovery, but number two is China and the rise of China. And the U.S. is going to, has been talking since 2008 or so, about refocusing on China, I guess arguably even before that, before 9/11. Refocusing on countering China's rise. And it can't really do that at the same time that it's trying to protect Eastern Europe and the Baltics from, threats from Russia, and trying to do all these things with NATO all over the world. So there's certainly a very strong logic for the U.S. to be encouraging Europeans to do more. And I think that, from Washington's standpoint, there should still be some concern, I guess, about retaining influence. And you can't just leave NATO, or you can, but it would probably be a bad idea, because you would be, first of all, leaving NATO would not be the most constructive way to go about creating a European defense force. But they will ultimately be creating a potential rival. The thing is, it would be one of two other existing rivals, in Russia and China. So it's not the worst thing. The worst thing for the U.S. would be Russia and China teaming up. So I think that the logic has certainly changed. There was some recognition. I think there were some subtle changes during the Obama administration that it might be a good idea. Although there was still, I think it was still, overall, the tone was reservation about European defense integration, but there was a little bit more of a warm tone than we'd seen in previous decades.
So I just hear this guy bumbling around, and he probably went to Georgetown University, and it just sounds like these regular morons that are really the apparatchiks and the idiot savant class of, went to the right, School of Foreign Service and just interested in keeping the status quo. It doesn't really seem, just kind of bumbles with the facts and doesn't seem to be able to piece together the seriousness and the nature of the existential conflict that seems to be facing America in the near future here. And obviously this must have just come out just before the horrific and catastrophic debacle there in Kabul and Afghanistan and the whole situation. So he might want to update his information as it relates to leaving NATO. But we'll just continue on a little bit more because this particular geopolitics episode is called Echoes of the Congress of Vienna. It's all about the European Union wanting to get another army. So we need to pay attention and listen a little bit here.
And, defense integration, but there was a little bit more of a warm tone than we'd seen in previous decades. And that was completely reversed under President Trump when, I think some of it was probably domestic politics and just this general antagonism toward multilateral organizations and supranationalism itself. And I think part of it was lobbying probably by the U.S. defense industry that you're not going to be able to get the Europeans to, build up their defense capabilities and invest in research and development and innovation, all these sorts of things, if it's not going to benefit the European economy and European defense industry. And so the Americans were a little bit worried under the Trump administration that if the Europeans started, developing their own fighter jets and tanks and all these sorts of things and cutting the American defense companies out in the same way that America cuts European defense companies out, that it was going to be detrimental to the U.S. defense industry. But overall, I think that if we're looking in, from a 30,000 foot view and we're looking at the big picture, there's an obvious logic to the U.S. wanting the Europeans to be able to shoulder more of the burden for their own defense. And the obvious format for that, I think, that can, free up the Americans to focus on China is to do it through the European Union. Germany's an obvious, problem child. Like the problem right after World War II, the problem was German militarism, and that was what everybody was afraid of. And so then it was like U.S. involvement in Europe as a way to reassure the French and everybody, all of Germany's neighbors, that they're not a threat. And especially after the Berlin Wall fell and Germany reunified, it was the same thing. It was like, well, the Americans are still here. They can't hurt you. And now it's like European defense policy has really been a victim of NATO's success in that sense, that now Germany has demilitarized so much that now Europe and the U.S. need Germany to have a little bit more, to be a little more, to have more hard power. So I think Germany's an obvious problem. I think the Eastern Europeans, especially like Poland and the Baltics, are an under-discussed obstacle because from their point of view, you have mistrust of the Germans, you have mistrust of the French. Are those guys really going to come and protect us? We don't know for sure that the Americans would, but at least they've talked tough for 70 years or whatever. And I think from Poland's perspective, even if there was a drive to create a European defense force, it would still be in Poland's interest for first of all, it would take many decades for it to actually be effective, and it would still be in Poland's interest, I think, to have the Americans anchored there, to have some sort of like what do they call it? Like a trigger, a tripwire, an American tripwire force in Poland and the Baltics and stuff to protect them from Russia, for example. So, there's all sorts of other obstacles. I think, now you have to, if you're trying to build a European force through the EU, you have to consider how does the UK factor into it now that they're not, part of the European Union anymore. How is the UK going to feel about the creation of a European army? I think in particular you have to consider the fact that much of at least the British Conservative Party's foreign policy towards the European Union, at least as far as I can tell, is to encourage its fragmentation and hopefully eventual dissolution. I think they see the European Union as a threat, essentially. So I don't know how they would feel about the creation of an army. You have to think about Turkey in the context of NATO. How are they going to feel? You know, they've had all this tense relations with Greece and Cyprus. How are they going to feel about, you know, a European army? I think there's all sorts of obstacles that you have to consider inside of the European Union and along its borders.
Certainly a moving beast. Ryan Bridges, thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks.
When the victorious Allied leaders met in Potsdam at the end of the Second World War, somebody asked Joseph Stalin how he felt about making it to Berlin. Tsar Alexander got to Paris, he quipped. 13 decades earlier, Tsar Alexander had indeed chased Napoleon west across Europe to Paris before attending another of Europe's great peace conferences, the Congress of Vienna. That peace conference sought to resettle Europe, ensure the peace, and for the first time make law, not power, king of European relations. Perhaps it did, but it could not permanently hold back European nations from pursuing their individual interests. And this has lessons for today, as George Friedman told me in this episode's Fireside Chat. George, one of the things that the Congress of Vienna has become known for and been argued for is this idea that it changed the international system from being based on sort of Napoleonic military power politics to one based on laws and norms and legitimacy. Do you think that holds true?
Well, first of all, just to point out, it changed the European balance. That was not the international balance. There are a lot of countries who were left out of that, and one of the most important was the United States, which they didn't expect to amount to anything. But it was an attempt to freeze history, to say the regimes we have in place now, the balance of power of Europe, must be preserved. The reason being that the Napoleonic Wars were terrible. It caused many deaths and much instability. But in saying that they wanted to move past it, they were simultaneously freezing the status quo in place. And this was the problem. As the status quo changes, the institutions remain fixed. And in due course, the reality of Europe outstripped anything that the Congress of Vienna had achieved. And most of these seem to be very progressive liberal ideas. They're actually reactionary. They're thinking that the way that the continent or the world is organized today will be the way it will be organized later. We must work to keep it that way.
And these sorts of liberal ideas, they're not used in the sense of liberal as it is in America at the moment.
It means, above all else, the right of the people to choose their government. So without the right of people to choose the government, there is no liberality. The United States is a liberal democracy in the sense that people do clamorously choose their governments. These were entities that were simultaneously in the Congress of Vienna, simultaneously doing two things: trying to create a stable platform in Europe, while simultaneously trying to avoid the fall of the monarchies. And that became a very complex thing to achieve. And in most of the cases of these international programs, there is hidden behind this liberal format, let us have a stable world of rules and orders, a very conservative intent.
And that was very much the case, wasn't it? Because I think what some historians have said is that since then, in the kind of rest of the 19th century, it actually led to a very conservative period throughout Britain in particular, but other parts of Europe. I mean, if we just touch back on this idea of the balance of power as well, because I think obviously what happened was with the Holy Roman Empire, it had kind of held together the middle of Europe for several centuries, for many centuries before this. And then Napoleon had disbanded that, and the Congress of Vienna decided not to reinstigate it. And that obviously took Europe down a path that led down towards German reunification, and all the consequences that came with that subsequently. And that wasn't really something that the Congress of Vienna could control, was it? It's this balance of power that they tried to create. They couldn't really do that, could they?
Well, the members of the Congress of Vienna, the members were themselves trying to maximize their own power. One of the reasons they let the Holy Roman Empire go down was that it was dangerous to them. If it could be resurrected, which is not clear, it would be a massive power threatening them. So in a way, their first act was to eliminate a threat to them, using the rule of law as their principle. But they competed among themselves, and that's what killed the entire Congress of Vienna concept, which is that England was competing with France. France was continually competing with Italy or what have you, and there was always competition. Nations compete. It is not that it's always a zero-sum game, but it's frequently a zero-sum game, and they have to compete. And so in the end, the consensus on how the world should be organized broke down. And there were those who wanted to change, those who wanted to maintain it, and in the end, it fragmented and it failed.
I mean, the echoes of the Congress of Vienna and the Treaty of Vienna and what happened subsequently extend far beyond the 19th century itself. I mean, we're still talking about it today, right now, of course, so obviously it does. But I mean, there were lots of influences of Vienna and Versailles, to an extent the opposite, because I think Woodrow Wilson said that he wanted not a whiff of Vienna at Versailles. And you know, it's almost reflective of subsequent organizations that Europeans have created. There seems to be cycles here, don't there?
There are cycles of war, and when great wars end, the Europeans, having involved themselves enthusiastically, take a look at the shambles that left behind, and they say, this must never happen again, which is a wholly reasonable position. And they create entities to work like that. The United States wanted nothing to do with the League of Nations, for example. And they didn't want to have anything to do with it because they saw this as simply a preface to more European diplomacy, which they regarded both as duplicitous and dangerous, leading into war. So the League of Nations was created in order not to allow another war, to prevent it, never to have a First World War. And the Europeans joined it very proudly, looking down on the United States, which didn't have anything to do with it. And they proceeded to try to administer Europe as if they were disinterested overseers. But of course, each nation that was a member of the League of Nations had their own interests. And those interests are very different. The idea of freezing Germany in place, of not letting it rise again, was not a German interest. They rose again, and it was not in anyone else's interest to stop them. So there was no kind of risk-taking in the organization. The League of Nations simply didn't have the power to compel anyone to do anything. It had high moral standards, but it was also a framework within which very brutal competition took place. So really, as Germany rose, the other nations in the League of Nations, instead of stopping them, competed with each other to get a good seat at the table. And it was very similar to the prior organization. It was a simple inability to understand that nation-states have their own interest. They may or may not want to follow the group interest, but there rarely is a group interest. It becomes an arena for competition.
And I feel like you're building here to a sort of message about the situation in Europe as it is now, and more broadly with the United Nations and of course the European Union. I mean, are there lessons there?
Well, the United Nations was one in which the United States was the leading figure. they created, because they couldn't have a true democracy there, the Security Council. The Security Council consisted of the United States, the Soviet Union, France, and Britain. Okay? Now, those two countries, China as well, not communist China, well, those two countries didn't have the weight, the British and the Chinese and the French, to really sit with the Americans and the Russians. The Americans and the Russians had utterly different interests. They distrusted each other, quite properly, and they really didn't see a common interest. And so the United Nations failed. It has fallen into irrelevancy. The idea that the U.S. and China, having these disputes, will adjourn to the United Nations, the Security Council, to let them sort it out, well, it didn't happen now, and it never happened. Once again, it was a case of the pious hopes really giving an arena for the past. The winners of World War II used it to the extent they wanted to, but it had no force. It's like Thomas Hobbes put it, in Leviathan. There has to be a fearsome force holding everything together. Without that, the nations will pursue their own ends.
And I suppose we could say the same about the EU at the moment. I suppose the question I have is, taking all that in mind, is there still a sort of, purpose behind these organizations? Is there a benefit behind them, even if they can't achieve perfect peace or anything like that? That they still should be pursued because the wider consequences of their actions are still, on the whole, beneficial.
Actually, I think they're very dangerous. The League of Nations hid from everyone's side what was happening in Europe, the re-emergence of Germany, in a vigorously evil way. While they were sitting there speaking to each other, history passed them by. In the same sense, the existence of the United Nations comforted some people in that the American-Soviet competition would be settled at this table. And in fact, it was settled very responsibly between the two countries, who carefully, meticulously avoided war. But the United Nations had nothing to do with that. Both sides were terrified of nuclear war, probably, and avoided it. Which is, thank God, because if they were as irresponsible as the Europeans were, both at the Congress of Vienna and the League of Nations, who knows what would have happened. But the individual members were very careful. You now have the European Union. It originates in the same principle that motivated the League of Nations, the United Nations, or the Congress of Vienna. A great war ended, the Cold War. It ended without war, without conflict. All of Europe was shaped by World War II, by the line drawn between them, by the fact that they were going to be the battlefield. And so they set as their goal the proper intention of Europe will no longer be a cockpit of the ambitions of nations. There will be a single European identity. That was very good. Problem is, there isn't a single European identity. Europe is many different countries, some 50, and they're very different. And economically, they're very different. A single central bank can't serve both Italy and Germany. The Italians are at a different state of economic development. The Germans are at a different state of economic development. A single bank can have only a single policy. So, again, it starts out with extremely biased hope. Peace and prosperity is what it promises. Well, it has no way of assuring peace because it has no military that works together, nor any single foreign policy. And prosperity, yeah, that can happen until the first crisis, and then it tears apart. So every nation in the European Union has a different interest. The second largest nation in the European Union, the United Kingdom, has already left. The Europeans have tried to minimize the significance of this, But this is a massive event. Europe once more is bereft of the United Kingdom. Well, there are things that usually happen. The Europeans are attacking the Poles and Hungarians for not practicing the rule of law. Well, as a Hungarian, I can say to you that Hungary has a different understanding of the rule of law and thinks it's superior. The same thing about Poland. These are both democratically elected governments that have yielded regimes that are not compatible with Denmark.
All right, so we'll put a pin in that. It's interesting to listen to the modern point of view. These guys are so well educated and they have so much information, but they're not going to breathe a word of it. They're not going to say a single thing about the influence of the papacy and Prince Metternich of Austria and Austria's ultramontane extremism when it comes to their religious regard for the papacy and their willingness to fight and to try to reestablish the Holy Roman Empire. And it's that ideological presupposition that you see building out the European Union today. And so this whole little clip that we're listening to is discussing the reflection and the mirroring of the Congress of Vienna in the European Union. And there, of course, I'm sure they know what we know, what we're detailing in this episode is that the conspiracy to destroy popular governments that was set out in the Congress of Vienna was a black conspiracy. It was a work of the restored Jesuit Order to begin to set into motion their centuries-long planning from one generation of Jesuits to the next to basically bring down and repudiate and destroy every popular government and every democratically elected institution and every area in the world where popular government is existing. And you can see that President Bolsonaro in Brazil is going to be facing the same difficulty that Donald Trump faced, and that he will have to somehow use these election machines and to try to produce an election result that the people want. So the people are going to find themselves trying to vote for their leader, Bolsonaro, and they're going to find the machines and the system itself, what are they using, Dominion machines down there, are going to steal the election like we saw for Donald Trump. And so you can see the technotronic era is fast approaching where we cannot expect that our democracy is going to work anymore. And there's different levels to this thing as far as the introduction of massive amounts of illegal immigrants from all over the world. Other countries, Russia, China, other places in the world, they will send you to prison or shoot you if you try to cross the border. But here, we're expected just to absorb all these random people who are fleeing from other parts of the world. And, that along with the technotronic subversion of our democracy and many other aspects of this conspiratorial and technotronic plan of the elites to bring down America. So let me introduce now another little lecture here. Somebody's breaking down the history and going through some of the background information, doing some of the research for us. So we'll introduce this interesting lecture about the Council of Verona and the secret treaty of Verona that happened just in 1822, just after the Congress of Vienna.
The Congress of Vienna was a black conspiracy against popular governments, at which the high contracting parties announced at its close that they had formed a holy alliance. This was a cloak under which they masked to deceive the people. The particular business of the Congress of Verona, it developed, was the ratification of Article 6 of the Congress of Vienna, which was, in short, a promise to prevent or destroy popular governments wherever found, and to re-establish monarchy where it had been set aside. Quote, the high contracting parties of this compact, which were Russia, Prussia, Austria, and Pope Pius VII, the king of the Papal States, they entered into a secret treaty to do so. Burke McCarty, The Suppressed Truth About the Assassination of Abraham Lincoln. Aryavarta Publishing, 1924, page 7. The Congress of Vienna formed the Holy Alliance, whose primary goal was the destruction of all popular governments. Popular governments are those where the government allows its subjects to enjoy certain inalienable rights. Can you think of any popular governments that were establishing themselves in the world and granting their citizens certain inalienable rights around the year 1815? And we see that clearly the Council of Verona, the Council of Vienna, and the Council of Trent, they state within their own doctrines, within their own publications, that was the purpose of them, is to destroy and declare anyone who is not a Roman Catholic to be a heretic. And then you can see in their oaths that they swear to kill and destroy all heretics, meaning everyone but themselves. I don't know how much more clear we need to get with it, but that's pretty clear to me. Senator Robert L. Owen placed in the Congressional Record of April 25, 1916, the following statement. which shows clearly he thought the primary target of the Holy Alliance was the United States. The Holy Alliance, having destroyed popular government in Spain and in Italy, had well-laid plans also to destroy popular government in the American colonies, which had revolted from Spain and Portugal in Central and South America under the influence of the successful example of the United States. Quote, "It was because of this conspiracy against the American republics by the European monarchies that the great English statesman Canning called the attention of our government to it," page 910, emphasis added. Senator Owen understood from the Congress of Vienna that the united monarchies of Europe would seek to destroy the great American republic and its blood-bought freedoms. Senator Owen was not the only one who knew about this conspiracy against American freedom and the Constitution. In 1894, R.W. Thompson, the American Secretary of the Navy, wrote, "The sovereigns of the Holy Alliance had massed large armies, and soon entered into a pledge to devote them to the suppression of all uprisings of the people in favor of free government. And he, Pope Pius VII, desired to devote the Jesuits, supported by his pontifical power, to the accomplishment of that end. He knew how faithfully they would apply themselves to that work, and hence he counseled them, in his decree of restoration, to strictly observe the useful advices and salutary counsels whereby Loyola had made absolution the cornerstone of the society." R.W. Thompson, The Footprints of the Jesuits, Hunt and Eaton, 1894, page 251. And what he meant there is to strictly observe the useful advices and salutary counsels whereby Loyola had made absolution the cornerstone of the society, meaning that they could commit any acts, any murderous, terrible acts, and receive absolution from the Pope. Thompson pinpointed exactly who would be the agents used by the monarchs of Europe to destroy the Republic of America, namely the Jesuits of Rome. Since 1815, there has been a continual assault on America by the Jesuits to try to destroy the constitutional rights of this great nation. The array of books written that detail the sinister plots of the Congress of Vienna and the Jesuits against the American Republic are numerous. That this conspiracy has raged since 1815 is a fact of history. We will show that this conspiracy is in full force today, and that it is the reason America is having so many problems at the present time, and is so close to losing her freedoms, or at this time has lost her freedoms. Most people know very little about the Pope's Jesuits. The reason for this is they are a very secretive society. In order to understand what the Order of the Jesuits is, please consider the following quotation. "Throughout Christendom, Protestantism was menaced by formidable foes. The first triumphs of the Reformation past, Rome summoned new forces, hoping to accomplish its destruction. At this time, the Order of the Jesuits was created, or reconstituted, and the most cruel, unscrupulous, and powerful of all the champions of popery, cut off from earthly ties and human interests, dead to the claims of natural affection, reason, and conscience, wholly silenced. They knew no rule, no tie, but that of their order, and no duty but to extend its power. The gospel of Christ had enabled its adherents to meet danger and endure suffering, undismayed by cold, hunger, toil, and poverty, to uphold the banner of truth in face of the rack, the dungeon, and the stake. To combat these forces, Jesuitism inspired its followers with a fanaticism that enabled them to endure like dangers, and to oppose to the power of truth all the weapons of deception. There was no crime too great for them to commit, no deception too base for them to practice, no disguise too difficult for them to assume. Vowed to perpetual poverty and humility, it was their studied aim to secure wealth and power, to be devoted to the overthrow of Protestantism and the re-establishment of the papal supremacy. When appearing as members of their order, they wore a garb of sanctity, visiting prisons and hospitals, ministering to the sick and the poor, professing to have renounced the world, and bearing the sacred name of Jesus, who went about doing good. But under this blameless exterior, the most criminal and deadly purposes were often concealed. It was a fundamental principle of the order that the end justifies the means. By this code, lying, theft, perjury, assassination were not only pardonable but commendable when they served the interests of the Church. Under various disguises, the Jesuits worked their way into offices of state, climbing up to be the counselors of kings and shaping the policy of nations. They became servants to act as spies upon their masters. They established colleges for the sons of princes and nobles, and schools for the common people, and the children of Protestant parents were drawn into an observance of popish rites. All the outward pomp and display of the Romish worship was brought to bear to confuse the mind and dazzle and captivate the imagination. And thus the liberty for which the fathers had toiled and bled was betrayed by the sons. The Jesuits rapidly spread themselves over Europe, and wherever they went, there followed a revival of popery. E.G. White, The Great Controversy, page 234 and 235, Pacific Press Publishing Association, 1911. The Jesuits function like the papacy's secret worldwide police. They are very secretive and go to great lengths to keep their operations secret. They tell no one that they are Jesuits. To all outside appearances, they appear as normal people. One last author will be cited here. Quote, "They are Jesuits, the society of men, after exerting their tyranny for upwards of 200 years, at length became so formidable to the world, threatening the entire subversion of all social order, that even the Pope, whose devoted subjects they are, and must be, by vow of their society, was compelled to dissolve them. Pope Clement suppressed the Jesuit Order in 1773. They had not been suppressed, however, for 50 years, before the waning influence of popery and despotism required their useful labors to resist the light of democratic liberty. And the Pope, Pius VII, simultaneously with the formation of the Holy Alliance in 1815, revived the Order of the Jesuits in all their power. And do Americans need to be told what Jesuits are? They are a secret society, a sort of Masonic order, with super-added features of revolting odiousness and 1,000 times more dangerous. They are not merely priests or of one religious creed. They are merchants and lawyers and editors and men of any profession, having no outward badge by which to be recognized. They are about in all your society. They can assume any character, that of angels of light or ministers of darkness, to accomplish their one great end. They are all educated men, prepared and sworn to start at any moment and in any direction, and for any service, commanded by the general of their order, bound to no family, community, or country, by the ordinary ties which bind men, and sold for life to the cause of the Roman Pontiff. J. Wayne Lawrence, The Crisis in America, or The Enemies of America Unmasked. G.D. Miller, 1855.
So we added this YouTuber who is along the same lines, down this kind of rabbit hole of history here, and finding the same kind of primary sources. So R.W. Thompson is going to be an admiral in the Navy, and so the same is true for Samuel B. Morse. He's going to be the inventor of the telegraph. So these are not men that are easy to just dispel. These are primary documents, primary sources of history, and they're resuscitating the facts again, the quotations. But also I like how he's able to tie in and intuit what history doesn't tell you outright, which is that the restoration of the Jesuit Order and the timing of the Congress of Vienna are simultaneous. So that should be obvious to us, that the Pope, after much pressure has been put on the papacy in Europe by Napoleon, who's being controlled by the Illuminati. That's what people like to say. That's what conspiracy theorists say. That's what the gentleman in the podcast before, who was talking about geopolitics, they'll never tell us the facts, the obvious truth that everyone can see. They'll never say it out loud. They'll never do it. So in order for us to understand this, we have to find out ourselves. And we don't have to say it ourselves, because the YouTuber pointed out to us that the Jesuit Order was restored in all of its power and receiving all of its funds and resources and allocations and properties back. So that was an offering called the Grand Plan, the Congress of Vienna, and we need to go a little bit further into it. And those quotations are helpful and useful to us, and that tells us a lot, but we need to learn a little bit more about the facts of this. And I have a French academic who we have probably heard from before, and Lorraine Mouret is a fascinating author and lecturer, and perhaps she's a teacher at the university there. And her insight into some of these aspects of history is so thorough and so complete that we can hardly describe her understanding and her resuscitation of history as conspiracy theory. And I love the idea of this conspiracy theory word, how it'll be used a lot. They'll wear it out. They'll wear it out soon, too. But the idea of a conspiracy theory was introduced after JFK, and of course, the word conspiracy is something that you are not allowed to believe in, because it's too cuckoo, and you don't want to believe in reptilians, and you don't want to believe that there's a flat earth, and you're not going to participate in the badness of the fringe. So, by doing that, they close and blockade and section off a whole area of the world intellectually and historically that you're not allowed to contemplate or think about. So, and then, or you'll be relegated to, just like we are now, as conspiracy theorists. So at this point in history, Samuel B. Morse in 1828 is trying to reveal to the American public an ambition, a geopolitical ambition of our adversaries to destroy us. And they would do this through subterfuge,
and through clandestine, secret planning. Okay? And this was our inquiry into those matters. So let's listen to Lorraine Murray, and her lectures are 3 hours long, and I'll add the link and you can listen to it, but we're really just going to focus in on one narrow aspect of her speech and her discussion here and how it relates to the bigger picture that we're trying to lay out. Okay? So let's listen to Lorraine Murray.
So we're talking about history that's today, but it's part of yesterday and centuries of history with the same parallel threads, just changing color through the centuries. But it's the same people.
Right. So you also said that Jesuits were involved in the Christopher Columbus expedition.
Oh yes, the Sephardic Jews and Jesuits in Portugal and Spain were part of the conquistadors. In fact, they were conquistadors. And Christopher Columbus was actually the son of a deposed Polish king. He was Jewish. And he was also a Portuguese nobleman, so he had Portuguese titles. He could have been Sephardic Jew, I'm not sure. But he was sent as a spy and as an agent to the Spanish court of Isabella and who was her husband? Isabella and Ferdinand.
Ferdinand, right.
Yeah. And so Columbus's job was to convince them to fund this trip to the East Indies, he called it. And it's because the Portuguese already had the western side of India through their colony at Goa, but they wanted the east side also. And the Spanish also, Isabella and Ferdinand, also wanted a share of the spice trade in the Southeast Asian region. And so Columbus convinced them to fund his expedition, and he led them to believe he was going to the east side of India, the continent. But what he was really doing was going to the East Indies in the Caribbean, and he knew exactly what he was doing. And he went back to Queen Isabella and Ferdinand with gold that he'd found there and stories and new animals and fruit, and probably took some of the natives back. And he said, "Here, I found the East Indies for you. So Portugal would like to sign a treaty with Spain that they would get the west side of India and Spain would get the East Indies." But what he was really giving them was the Caribbean.
Right. So at this time, then, you talk about the Jesuits in the Habsburg countries and really being very aggressive.
Yes. Now, what happened in this period is that the Habsburg dynasty established itself in the Vienna region, that area. And while monarchies waged their war on battlefields to acquire land, the Habsburgs waged their wars in bed. In other words, they intermarried with families who owned kingdoms and countries and whatever, even small pieces of land that were in strategic places. And they acquired this huge empire, bigger than I don't think it was as big as the Roman Empire, but it was very, very big for much of Europe. And they became tremendously wealthy. But Alfred, none of the dynasties, none of the bloodlines that were on the throne lasted more than 200 years because uncles were marrying nieces, first cousins were marrying aunts and uncles, and by the time of the 1700s, each of those lines would go extinct because they couldn't breed anymore. They were so full of defective genes, and they didn't have babies that survived to adulthood, or they couldn't conceive. All these physical problems started happening. And if you look at paintings of the Habsburgs, you can tell they have real long jaws, very elongated heads, and one of them, I think it was Charles II, he was the king of Spain and Austria, and when the empire was really big. But recently, a university in Germany did the DNA and tested the lineage and the genetic damage to 3,000 Habsburgs. And what they discovered was this poor Charles II, he had the genetics, the genes of someone whose mother and father were brother and sister.
Which they might have been.
Now, where the Rothschilds come in is with the Habsburg Empire. And Amstel Meyer, their name originally was Bauer, B-A-U-E-R, but he changed it to Rothschild. And he was born to in the Jewish ghetto of Frankfurt, and on the street was called Hudenstrasse. That's right, Hudenstrasse. And his family, he bought a big house, and the Schiff family moved in with his family, and their children began intermarrying. So Schiffs are Rothschilds, and Rothschilds are Schiffs.
Right. Now, what you've noticed is that this Babylonian sect became the Knights Templar, became the Jesuits in 1516. Their superior generals are all from the Habsburg Holy Roman Empire. What do you attribute that to? Except that we have one now. Technically, he's from Argentina. No, but he's not the general. No, he's the Pope.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so the superior generals of the Jesuits, born in some part of the Habsburg Empire, and the reason is that the Habsburg had a lot of Jewish blood, the Habsburgs, and the Rothschilds were the house Jews, or the Judah, the advisors to the Habsburg monarchs, emperors. And also the Rothschilds got their start in the 1700s, mid-1700s, when Meyer Amstel Rothschild arranged for King George of England, who was fighting the rebellious colonies in America. He secured mercenary soldiers from the Prince of Hesse, which was part of the Habsburg Empire. And so this is where the Rothschilds made their first money on that mercenary army. The German soldiers lost, the English king lost, and the colonies in America became the United States in 1776.
Now,
an independent, self-determination democratic government selected by the people. This was in complete opposition to the divine right to rule, which the Pope felt he had the divine right to rule over everybody. in the world, and the Americans and many other religious groups looking for freedom of worship left Europe, and the diaspora went all over the world to these countries or these lands that had been discovered by these explorers, but they were not populated. So it was a way to pump a lot of people from Europeans into countries and secure tremendous wealth through mineral resources, fur trapping, all kinds of things, slavery, anything that would make money to take back to Europe.
So with the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and the winning of the Revolutionary War, the United States of America then became a special target of the Jesuits. Why is that?
Well, the Jesuits are not Catholic. They're not a religious order. They pretend practice it, but they have a relationship with the Vatican. And when you really dig into the Jesuits and into the Vatican is not really practicing a religion. It's practicing world domination. And they work together. The Jesuits are sort of an army, but they're not completely integrated, although the Vatican Bank is where the Jesuits and other wealthy illegal organizations launder their money.
Right. Now, but the Jesuits still had a fundamental role in the starting of the United States, didn't they? I mean, the Jesuits, a lot of the land on which the United States was founded in Georgetown, in Washington, was owned by the Vatican and by the Jesuits.
Yes, and that's why it's called the District of Columbia.
Yeah.
The thing with Columbia on it is it's kind of a Jesuit stamp or fingerprint. And so they had to be here to set up the United States so that it would go in the direction they wanted it to go in, and they would have control of it.
And so that's why the three city-states of Rome, London, and Washington were set up to sort of drive that satanic matrix. Is that what we're dealing with?
Yes, that is exactly what we're dealing with. Now, what happened is, because the U.S. was established in 1776 with a constitution declaring all men equal elections, so that the government was chosen by self-determination. Popular government, it's the people's choice for what candidates win to serve in the government. And by like the early 1800s, not even 40 years after the U.S. was established, the Jesuits were already very concerned and knew they had to stamp out and kill the United States before it spread to other countries that were outside of Europe that they didn't have so much control over. And so they had three secret, very top secret congresses, and one of them was, the first one was in Vienna, 1814 to 1815. Then there was one in Verona, 1822, and that's where the secret Treaty of Verona was written and signed by all parties there. And there was a third Congress in Chieri, Italy, in 1825. Now, the secret Treaty of Verona is between Russia, Prussia, France, and let's see, Russia, Prussia, France,
Austria,
and one other country.
The papacy was in it too.
I'll think of it. Anyway, Metternich wrote that treaty.
The Prince of
He
Austria.
signed it for Austria. Nesselrode signed it for Russia. I've forgotten who signed it for France. There's one more country. Anyway, though that treaty established that they would set up a fund, and they would fund, use that fund to destroy with a military any democratic movement in any of those four countries, and also in any other countries in any other part of the world that didn't even exist yet. So that was the beginning of all of these puppet dictators that we're having. We've had this history of them for hundreds of years, and also the number one purpose for those three Congresses was to set up a mechanism and the rules for destroying the United States completely. Because we had a constitution and a democratically elected government.
So now your eyes are being opened to this parallel track of history that you're not, really allowed to be directly informed about. It's conspicuous. It's evidential and evidentiary information that establishes the players and the name of the game here that the players are playing, and it's world domination. So the point of this is to dumb you down and who you are as an American revolutionary. When you're in America and you're an American, you're a revolutionary. They might have inverted the state authority and taken away our primary citizenship and trying to take away our guns and our rights and our constitution. But the point is that being an American is to be a revolutionary against the world norms, against the status quo of medieval, dark ages, arbitrary tyranny by a ruling class, by a European aristocracy. And they're all still there. They're all up in the European Union. If you look at the euro, the Pope stamps his face all over the money. And we have George Washington on our money. And you can see that what is happening here is a raging ideological battle. And it's coming for us. The next great war will be on this soil. And you have to recognize what's coming. This is what this is all about. This is what this entire podcast has been about. It's about illuminating you. And it's not easy awakening to this kind of danger. It's better to just stay asleep, just ride your elevator to work, in your car, swipe your debit card, and just keep your head in the sand and figure, maybe China is a good partner for us in the future, and just be asleep. Maybe that's a more comfortable way to live. But the reality is that the dangerous prospects for America and our future, that the ramifications are for our kids and for the future light of the world, for the hope of people and free people, the people who are in bondage who hope to be free someday. It's crucial that America's fight for independence from the City of London, from London's monarchy, from London's political control, from the political control of arbitrary princes and dukes and various emperors and all the imperial thrones of the crowned heads of the nobility of Europe that expect that noblesse oblige, that you somehow you're supposed to get down on all fours and kiss the ground and kiss the toes of these other individuals. But here in America, we're all kings. Here in America, we all have special rights. We're all sovereign. We all get to have a vote. We all get to have a choice. And we're all princes here, okay? And we all have our Colt 45 to settle our problems. Even my wife is on an equal basis with everyone else here because she has the ability to lay you low with a 38. Okay, so that's what they hate. That's what they hate. That's what the Knights hate. They hate an armed, educated citizenry who can read, who have silver and gold, and who have the King James Bible. They hate that, and that's what they're here to destroy. So we have to go further into this. Let's take, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, guys. I hate to be the one kicking in the door with all this information that is really just explosive, and it's just something that has been really packed neatly, compartmentalized neatly away from you and your worlds, that you probably live your entire life and never learn this. But I'm here to rip the window shades open, and with the blinding light of day, for you to receive the light. Receive the light. Okay, that's what we're doing here. So we're working hard. Hopefully you go hit up my Cash App with a little donation, a $10, something, help me keep some food on the table over here. But we're going to go deeper into this whole issue. This is just going to be a one-episode shot. We're trying to arrive here at the issue of the secret Treaty of Verona. Now we're here, so let's listen to this fascinating look in a Moorish Paradium discussion, which is a private meeting, but they're going to discuss and break down this whole issue here.
Haji, Secretary of State, for Loya Moorish Paradium ante Colorado, provincial government under the Moroccan Empire, and we are going to discuss today the secret Treaty of Verona. Now, we talked a lot about treaties over the last several weeks and months. This treaty is a little bit different. This is not a treaty that we are party to. It is not a treaty that we want to be party to. But it is a treaty we need to understand. It is a treaty that affects all people on the planet. Okay? It's a treaty that was made, we were made aware of this treaty by Senator McFadden back in 1916. And at that time, you have to understand what was going on at that time. 3 years before, in 1913, you had the Federal Reserve Act that was initiated. You also had the old Canaanite temple that was started by Noble Drew Ali. And in 1916, you had the 16th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which said that the United States has the right to assess tax on income from all sources. That's a very close paraphrase. Now, there's a lot that goes into that piece, but he brings this up because of his reaction to those two events, the Federal Reserve Act and the 16th Amendment, which was never properly ratified by the United States Congress, the Senate, or the states. Because the 16th Amendment to the United States Constitution has to happen with 75% of the states consenting to it. And there was not 75% of the states consenting to it. But yet it was ratified and made part of that de facto constitution. Now, this treaty, I'm going to read this first paragraph, and then I'm going to pass around a paper copy, and each one can read an article. This first paragraph I'm going to read. It says, I wish to put in the record the secret Treaty of Verona of November 22nd, 1822, showing what this ancient conflict is between the rule of the few and the rule of the many. I wish to call the attention of the Senate to this treaty because it is the threat of this treaty which was the basis of the Monroe Doctrine. It throws a powerful white light upon the conflict between monarchical government and government by the people. The Holy Alliance, under the influence of Metternich, the premier of Austria, in 1822, issued this remarkable secret document. Now, just to go over this a little bit, when they talk about the Monroe Doctrine, they're talking about a doctrine which basically the United States initiated, which gave them the right to interfere in the political affairs of the nations of the Western Hemisphere. Okay, that right there is an act under the secret Treaty of Verona. It is an unconstitutional. It's against international law, so forth and so on. It's been used detrimentally against people, against governments of and for and by the people, by the United States, to undermine them for 150 years at least. Okay. Now, also when it says this conflict between monarchical government and government by the people. During the time of this treaty, 1822, prior to that, you had the Revolutionary War, 1776 to 1783. You had also the revolution that took place in France, and there were some other revolutions that took place in other nations that were becoming republics. Republic means of the people, and the people taking control of their governance, you see, which in the United States, setting up a republic was a challenge, and is a challenge, and they surmounted that challenge by suppressing the challenge. Okay, all of that is part of the secret Treaty of Verona and its intent. The monarchical government is basically a government by a monarchical family, not just a person being a despot. It's a family dynasty that is by lineage passed on generation after generation after generation. They wanted to continue that because the Holy See, your Catholic Majesty, your papacy, however you want to call it, was in control of the monarchical system, because the monarch would claim its right of rulership through a divine order of dispensation. And so the church, being the Catholic Church, being the Catholic Church, the universal church, claiming a right over all human beings, all souls, you see, they also claim right over all monarchical constructs. So the monarchy was something they wanted to have in place so they could maintain control. Okay? The republic, AMPAC is a Republican form of government, of the people, by the people, for the people. It is a system of governance that allows us to work for the people. It's set up, our Constitution is a constitution of restoration, the law of restoration. It is designed to restore the people to their pristine condition, to restore them to that condition before being colonized, before being suppressed, before enslavement, or before servitude, so that we can return to the natural cycles of life. Okay? Now, don't get confused with how things appear, because they are just appearances. Our pristine condition is not what we're looking at today. You know, we have automobiles, we have technology, we have buildings, all kinds of conveniences. These things do not make civilization. They make for dull minds. They make for slow dispositions. They make for emotional imbalance. They make for laziness, mental, emotional, and physical laziness. So as Moors, we must rise above the unnatural convenience that is placed upon us so that we don't forget who we are. We don't forget our connection to nature, because nature is our wealth. Always has been and always will be. This building can come crashing down, but we still have the land. And it's on the land and from the land and of the land is by which we live and move and have our being. The Holy Alliance, under the influence of Metternich. Metternich was one of the principals representing a principality in this treaty. Okay? The Premier of Austria issued this remarkable secret document. And it's only secret because, well, secrets have secrets because they're not revealed. There are 4 parties, actually there's 5. There's 4 signers represented in this document. Those 4 signers are, you see the 4 parties there? Yes. Can you read those?
For Austria, Metternich. For France, Chateaubriand. For Prussia, Bernstedt. For Russia, Nesselrode.
Okay. So those are the 4 parties who signed this treaty. There's a 5th party. That's the Holy See. the Catholic Church, the papacy, convened these four monarchical representatives in order to establish this treaty to set up an agenda to undermine governments for the people. Okay. So, under the secret treaty of Verona, can you read the first sentence in Article 1?
Article 1, Secret Treaty of Verona.
The first sentence.
The undersigned, specially authorized to make some additions to the Treaty of the Holy Alliance, after having exchanged their respective credentials, have agreed as follows.
Okay, stop there. They exchanged their respective credentials. What were their credentials? In the case of a monarchy, what's the credential? It's some authorization from the monarch. These were not the monarchs necessarily. There were a letter from the monarch with their seal on it, a seal, okay? A representation of their flag, okay? And then a representation of any charter or document that they use to solidify their monarchical authority, their delegation of authority. That's their credentials. Just like any government has its credentials. We have ours, our Constitution, our seal, and our flag. You go.
Article 1, the high contracting powers being convinced that the system of representative government is equally as incompatible with the monarchical principles as the maxim of the sovereignty of the people with the high divine right. Engage mutually in the most solemn manner, to use all their efforts to put an end to the system of representative governments in whatever country it may exist in Europe, and to prevent its being introduced in those countries where it is not yet known.
Okay, so here's the purpose of this treaty, is to undermine and to suppress the people establishing government. It's to undermine and suppress self-rule, self-determination, self-identification, self-knowledge. The people having within themselves sovereignty by the fact that they exist. Just by the fact that you exist, you have a sovereign right to be, a sovereign right to do, a sovereign right to have, a sovereign right to know. And what you do with that is yours. But as Moors, we have to understand this, that as we move to establish a representative government, where we have free elections, okay? And this is also after the fall of the Holy Roman Empire, to put an end to the system of representative governments. Now, when you look at things that have happened since then, look at the period between 1822 and 1961. There were many things that happened during that period. There was a push, there was a very strong push towards a central bank, which didn't get instituted, but there was for a time a bank, that the United States Bank, okay? That was an effort to get into the construct and the structure of a representative government to undermine it. Up until 1861, there had not been a lawyer, barrister, esquire, attorney elected into public office because it was against the law, against the original 13th Amendment, which was ratified lawfully in 1819. Now, we know in 1822 they didn't have, the communications was a little slower. So it took them a little while to get to know that the United States had done this 13th Amendment, which made the trading in slaves, African slaves, a crime punishable by death, and also eliminated or prevented anyone who had a title from holding public office. You see? And there were other articles in there which were to support a representative government. Since that time, since 1822, they've been constantly undermining that. And they even just took it out of the Constitution totally and replaced it with the 13th Amendment that said slavery is hereby abolished in America, in the United States, but basically just ended slavery. That's all it said. Okay. And then Abraham Lincoln was elected in 1861, was inaugurated in 1861. And he was the first lawyer to be elected president. And possibly he didn't know that he was being used to undermine the representative government. But he was, and he did undermine it. Okay, Article 2.
Article 2. As it cannot be doubted that the liberty of the press is the most powerful means used by the pretended supporters of the rights of nations to the detriment of those princes, the high contracting parties promise reciprocally to adopt all proper measures to suppress it, not only in their states, but also in the rest of Europe.
Okay. So the press, what did Noble Drew Ali say? Our literature is the most powerful tool we have to change people's minds. You want to change people's thought? Change their literature. So how do you suppress people's thought? You manipulate the literature, or you suppress the literature. You suppress the press. What's happening today in terms of the press? The press is now owned by about 6 conglomerates. Just 6. And that number is going to get smaller in the next 10, 15, 20 years. And when that happens, that means the press is being controlled, and it no longer exists for the people's benefit. It exists to manipulate, to brainwash, to basically satirize people's existence so that people can't tell what's real and what's not real, what's true and what's not true. And people cannot determine who they are in the context of the social construct. Because that approval comes with conditions. As long as you comply, as long as you don't rock the boat, as long as you don't disrupt, as long as you don't tell the truth about the true nature of what is being done to the people in the pews, yes, go ahead. We don't care what kind of antics you do on the pulpit. As long as you're pulling people into the pit, that's all they're concerned with. I could go on, but I'm not. Okay. Now, this other concept is connected with the preservation of the authority of the princes. The contracting powers join in offering their thanks to the Pope. Now, this is an interesting thing. The Pope is put forth. You'd be surprised how many religions put the Pope at their head. Not necessarily in their construct or in their charter, but in their practice. The AME Church. I remember having a conversation once with one of the AME pastors, ministers, and the conversation went to their liturgy. And they had changed their whole liturgy, which means their Sunday practice of verbiage, their words and the teachings that they used. It had all shifted to the papal canon that was most recent. Papal canon, a canon is like a dispensation of what is theologically correct to move with, to begin to work this agenda all over the world. So you look at what's happening, and we talk about how the agenda of the quote-unquote global elite has been going on for hundreds of years. Well, this is an expression of it right here. The expression of this is connected with every revolution that's taken place on the planet, with every rising up of the people to form their own government, and then the suppression of that. Every massacre that's been done of a people seeking their freedom, their rights to be respected, has been connected with the secret treaty of Verona. All of it has been connected to this. When you look at you go back to the Rothschilds, the Jesuits are working on the same agenda. Their agenda is to go about and promote the Catholic agenda to make sure that the world knows that the Catholic Church is the control of the world. They have the highest claim. All of these things are happening because this agenda has been going on. It's infused and inculcated in the education system. What do you think Rockefeller and Gates were doing in 1902 when they set up the General Education Board? It was to dumb down the people so that people would have just enough to get the work done that they wanted to get done. And then their children and their elite other families' children would go to private schools and learn etymology and morphology, learn how to do math, learn astronomy, astrology, learn the basics of all those things so that they can control the masses.
So there we have a fascinating look into the issues there. The lecture it's fascinating to hear the quotations by Senator Owens there in 1918 or so, and to hear some of the background, to hear them read out the different articles of the treaty that stipulate what they're going to do, how they're going to control the media, how they're going to destroy popular governments and democratically elected institutions around the world. And we've gone long in this episode, so we're going to just jump right over to another reference. We're going to have a reference. We have to obviously have Dr. Walter Vaith in here to weigh in. It's really brief. It's just a couple of minutes. Let's take a listen.
I've titled this lecture, Revolutions, Tyrants, and Wars. It sounds like a terrible title, but that's exactly what it's about. Here is an interesting quote from Popery, Puseyism, and Jesuitism. At what then do the Jesuits aim? According to them, they only seek the greater glory of God, but if you examine the facts, you will find that they aim at universal dominion alone. You see, Rome had lost universal dominion, and the Protestant Reformation had been a major problem in this issue, a major problem. They have rendered themselves indispensable to the Pope, who without them could not exist, because Catholicism is identified with them. They have rendered themselves indispensable to governors and hold revolutions in their hands. And in this way, either under one name or another, it is they who rule the world. You see, the papacy has crowned itself ruler of the entire world. The Pope is the ruler of the entire world. That's the Holy Roman Empire spread over the entire planet. Well, if we have a look at a century of revolutions starting from 1750 to 1850, we'll see the American Revolution in 1776, and we can ask the presidents that then ruled, who do they think were responsible for this revolution? Then there's the French Revolution, 1789, the Spanish Revolution, 1823, the Polish Revolution, 1831, the German and the Italian Revolution, 1848. By 1917, you had the Russian Revolution, and then basically it was time for war, 1914 to 1918, which made the Russian Revolution, by the way, possible, and World War II, 1939 to 1945. That's a lot of conflict on this planet. How much blood did not flow on this planet as a consequence of these revolutions? And why? Because one power wanted absolute control. And the Bible says the dragon gave it its power so that everybody should be subject to that power and to none other. Well, let's have a look at a brief chronology here. In 1717, we're dealing with this time period of terrible, terrible conflagration on this planet. The Masonic Grand Lodge of England was founded. 1721, the first Masonic Lodge was founded in France. 1731, Benjamin Franklin was initiated as a Freemason. 1738, the Roman Catholic Church condemns Freemasonry. By 1758, Sir Francis Dashwood founded the Hellfire Club. Benjamin Franklin visits England to discuss the future of American colonies with Dashwood. 1768, foundation of the rite of strict observance. That's the 33-degree level of Freemasonry by Baron von Hunt, based on the Templar tradition. That's an interesting point. And then Frederick of Prussia, Frederick the Great, I don't know what was so great about him, but nevertheless, founded the Order of the Architects of Africa and uses the title Illuminati to describe his neo-Masonic lodges. So that's just a brief history as we're going along. 1770, Benjamin Franklin was elected Grand Master of the Nine Sister Lodge in Paris. 1771, Grand Orient Masonry was founded in France. 1776, Order of the Perfectibilists, or Illuminati, was founded. Notice they call themselves perfect. The American Revolution starts. So by 1776, they had put everything in place. 1778, Peter I founded the Secret Circle. 1785, Grand Masonic Congress allegedly plotted the French Revolution. The Illuminati was banned in Bavaria, or went underground there. 1789, French Revolution. 1784, Illuminati conspiracy to overthrow the Habsburg monarchs of the Holy Roman Empire. So the monarchies must go. The monarchies were often opposed to Jesuit rule, and they banned the Jesuits. Well, it was payback time. Nobody banned the power of the Roman Catholic Church. In 1816, John Adams wrote to President Jefferson, "Shall we not have a regular swarms of them here in as many disguises as only a king of the gypsies can assume, dressed as painters, publishers, writers, and schoolmasters? If ever there was a body of men who merited eternal damnation on earth and in hell, it is this society of Loyolas." They didn't mince words in those days. Wow. That's the new Jesuits. There's the quote. Everything I say has got a quote. Now, many writers warned of this great conspiracy of the Jesuits. Samuel Morse, remember, the founder or the inventor of the Morse code, wrote, "The author undertakes to show that a conspiracy against the liberties of this republic, the United States, is now in full action. Under the direction of the wily Prince Metternich of Austria, who, knowing the impossibility of obliterating this troublesome example of a great free nation by force of arms, is attempting to accomplish his object through an agency or an army of Jesuits. The array of facts and arguments going to prove the existence of such a conspiracy will astonish any man who opens the book with the same incredulity as we did." So, those are all the people that the presidents believed were behind all these conspiracies. President Abraham Lincoln himself said the Protestants of both the North and the South would surely unite to exterminate the priests and the Jesuits, if they could learn how the priests, the nuns, the monks, which daily land on our shores under the pretext of preaching their religion, are nothing else but emissaries of the Pope, of Napoleon III, who was a high Freemason, of course, and other despots of Europe, to undermine our institutions, alienate the hearts of our people from our constitution and our laws, destroy our schools, and prepare a reign of anarchy, here as they have done in Ireland, in Mexico, and in Spain, and wherever there are any people who want to be free."
So Professor Walter Veith always has a really good handle on the historical aspect, and I like how he uses the quote from President Adams, and he ties that in as far as making a comment about the restoration of the Jesuit order in 1813 after their extinction. And they can see that their restoration had already brought much intrigue and many conspirators into America, and you can see that he ties that in directly with the writing of Samuel B. Morse that came out right contemporary at the same time, right before Abraham Lincoln's assassination. Everyone was discussing how this foreign influence, this foreign conspiracy of Rome to destroy America's national democratically held political institutions and government. And it's interesting that he ties that directly into the Council of Vienna with this quotation and Metternich, who is in the middle of it. So I think we laid out a lot of this information for you, and you can go back and look at the notes and watch some more of the videos. And like we said, we have to pull information and pull these articles and these lectures from all kinds of different areas. So we're inside the Moorish Paradium, but we're not Moors, right? And we're inside the different lectures of these different individuals, and we're listening to the information they have to tell us, but we're not necessarily ingrained or partakers of their credos. We're just trying to learn the aspects of history that are hard to find and hard to put together. So with that, let's listen to what another little lecture here by Eric John Phelps. He's going to just take a few minutes and piece together some of the information for us in an interesting way. So we have to take a listen.
Frederick the Great protects the Jesuits during their suppression, and guess who he is? He's the head of all Freemasonry on the continent. So why should we be surprised to see the alignment between Freemasonry and the Jesuits? There's a lot of those people that say, well, the Jews are behind the Jesuits. No, they're not. There's no Jews in the Jesuit order. There were. In 1593, there was a statute that was passed that forbade them to be in it. The Constitution of the Jesuit order contains 6 impediments against reception into the order, the first of which is Jewish descent to the 4th generation. Since 1593, General Council of the order have many times proclaimed that Jewish descent must be considered as an impurity, a scandal, a dishonor, and infamy. Francisco Sarez, noted Jesuit theologian, also states that Jewish descent is an impurity of such indelible character that it is sufficient to prevent admission into the order. No Jews in the Jesuit order. No Jews in the SS. Is there a relationship there? Sure, because Heinrich Himmler patterned the SS after the Jesuit order according to the Fuhrer himself. There's Weishaupt, a wonderful man. You all know of him. George Washington. Yes, George Washington was a Mason in his early days, but according to his own words, he went to the Masonic Lodge once or twice during the last 30 years of his life. General Washington was a godly man, and he was baptized by a Baptist preacher by the name of John Gano. And the Lord used him to give him our country. If it wasn't for this man, we would have never successfully broken away from England. With the help of Lafayette and Catholic France, who at the time, Catholic France had expelled the Jesuits. So France was to pay for that. Okay, Weishaupt and his fellow Jesuits cut off the income to the Vatican by launching in the French Revolution, directing Napoleon's conquest of Catholic Europe, eventually having Napoleon throw Pius VII in jail at Avignon, till he agreed as a price for his release the reestablishment of the Jesuit Order. This Jesuit war in the Vatican was terminated by the Congress of Vienna, the secret treaty of 1822, Treaty of Verona. The French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars was payback for the Roman Catholic monarchs of Europe and the Pope suppressing the Jesuit order. Napoleon Bonaparte was a Roman Catholic Freemason. Robespierre was a Roman Catholic Freemason trained by Jesuits in the College of Clermont in France for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. The French Revolution was orchestrated by the Jesuits. The Jesuits had been confined to Corsica when they came back from Spain, when they were shipped back to Spain. You know where Napoleon came from? Corsica. He was their man. He was what was called, a very wealthy French lady said, Robespierre on horseback. He was no hero, and he was also a traitor. Here's Napoleon, after he has done his dirty work of conquering Europe, killing thousands of people, punishing the monarchs, punishing the Knights of Malta, driving the Knights of Malta from their island, confiscating all their weapons and treasures. After he's done the duty of the Jesuits, here he is now abandoning his army of men, 250,000, to the snows of Russia. You man, how would you like to be in a war and your leader abandon you in snow? Would you like that?
So there it is. We're laying the groundwork as we do here at Looking Glass Forum. This is information it's hard to come by. We had to work really hard to cut up a lot of different sections to put that information together for you. So it takes a lot of time. It's a lot of work. But I think it's crucial for you to learn some of the facets of occult history that you're not going to learn anywhere else. So this is a university of hidden history here that we're out there helping to elucidate for you the larger picture as we approach 2022, as we see a lot of these things taking place. In 1819 to 1822, things changed a lot. There was a lot of erratic change. The world changed and shifted in many ways. And the same thing happened in 1919 to 1922, and the same thing is going to happen in 2019 to 2022. It's going to be, it already has been a rapid change, and the situation has just begun. The instability and the destabilization and the demoralization of our entire country is in full action here. So I think it's crucial for us to pay attention and to learn what the elites and the globalists have in mind for us. And it's really just the monarchists, the divine writers, against all the rest of the world and the free men of the world. And it's always been the same dynamic. And I think that in that last presentation, that brief clip with Eric John Phelps, when he's doing his little seminar there, he's pointing out that there is a connection between the SS with Hitler and what happened there, which ties in with with Napoleon as a dictator or emperor or what have you, and the Congress of Vienna. There's a connection there. There's a connection there in the promulgation of secret plans to destroy and punish the different countries of Europe and to break them down. And you can see today they're just a weak confederation of a global government, just a sector, just a section of a greater global plan for absolute world empire. And that's what we're dealing with. So I feel like I'm remiss, since we talked about Samuel B. Morse so much if I don't leave you with a little bit of his book, Foreign Conspiracy Against the Liberties of the United States. Okay, and this was put out, what was it, in 1825 or 1828 or what have you. And we have a reading of it here, and I just want to end the whole podcast episode here with a reading of his actual work. I think it's fascinating to listen to his prose and listen to how he writes and listen to how intensely he's concentrated like a laser on this issue and how seriously the danger is even then. This was before the Civil War. And we'll go into further episodes to look into where we start to look at Albert Pike and in 1833 and 1832, the establishment of the Skull and Bones at New Haven. Also at New Haven, Connecticut, at the same time, a year before, 1832, the establishment of the Knights of Columbus. And so we'll go on from there to point out that the occult, ultramontane secret societies, and papal knighthoods are really at the core and the center of globalism and internationalism today.
Most people didn't know about Morris's warnings either, but they were out there and people knew about this stuff anyway. Actually, it was a lot more common knowledge than it was today. You don't see this stuff in newspapers anymore. Oh boy. Well, let's get into it. Foreign Conspiracy in the United States by Samuel Morse. Chapter 1. Foreign Conspiracy Against the Liberties of the United States. Does this heading seem singular? What, it will be said, is it at all probable that any nation or combination of nations can entertain designs against us? A people so peaceable and at the same time so distant, knowing the daily increasing resources of this nation in all the means of defense against foreign aggression, how absurd in the nations abroad to dream of a conquest on this soil. Let me nevertheless ask attention while I humbly offer my reasons for believing that a conspiracy exists, that its plans are already in operation, and that we are attacked in a vulnerable quarter which cannot be defended by our ships, our forts, or our armies. Who among us is not aware that a mighty struggle of opinion is, in our days, agitating all the nations of Europe, that there is a war going on between despotism on one side and liberty on the other? Footnote, the war of opinions. Every account from Europe attests the correctness of the views here taken, more than a year since, of the political state of the civilized world. This war of opinions, or of categories, as Lafayette termed it, is in truth commenced, and Americans, if they will use but common observation, cannot but feel that a neglect to notice and provide against the consequences of that settled, systematic hostility to free institutions so strongly manifested by foreign powers, and which is daily assuming a more serious aspect, will inevitably result in mischief to the country, will surely be attended with anarchy if they wake not to the apprehension of the reality of this danger. Americans, you indeed sleep upon a mine. This is scarcely a figure of speech. You have excitable materials in the bosom of your society, which, skillfully put in action by artful demagogues, will subvert your present social system. You have a foreign interest, too, daily, hourly increasing, ready to take advantage of every excitement, and which will shortly be beyond your control, or will be subdued only by blood. You have agents among you, men in the pay of those very foreign powers, whose every measure of foreign and domestic policy has now for its end and aim the destruction of liberty everywhere. To increase your peril, you have a press that will not apprise you of the dangers that threaten you. We can reach you with our warnings only through the religious journals. The daily press is blind, or asleep, or bribed, or afraid. Sounds like today, huh? At any rate, it is silent on this subject, and thus is throwing the weight of its influence on the side of your enemies. Foreign spies have clothed themselves in a religious dress, and so awestruck are our journalists at its sacred texture, or so unable or unwilling to discern the difference between the man and his mask, that they start away in fear, lest they should be called bigoted or intolerant or persecuting. What does this sound like today? If they should venture to lift up the consecrated cloak that hides a foreign foe. Americans, if you depend on your daily press, you rely on a broken reed. It fails you in your need. It dare not, no, it dare not attack popery. It dare not drag into the light the political enemies of your liberty, because they come in the name of religion. All despotic Europe is awake and active in plotting your downfall, and yet they let you sleep, and you choose not to be awake. A little more sleep, a little more slumber, a little more folding of the hands to sleep. And now, like a man whose house is on fire, dreaming of comfort and security, you will perhaps repel with passion and reproach the friendly hand that would wake you in season to escape with your life. Do you doubt whether Europe is in hostile array against liberty? Read of the movements and revolutions of foreign cabinets, as one or the other principle temporarily predominates. Read the views of the statesmen of Europe. A distinguished member of the Spanish Cortes, Don Telesforo de Trueba, in a speech delivered before that body a few months since, says, "The present war is not a war of succession, but of principle. Liberty and despotism are at issue. England, France, Belgium, Spain, and Portugal have ranged themselves under the banner of the former, but it is not necessary for me to name those powers who follow the standard of the latter." Of course, of Don Carlos and his government, he says, "Ignorance, hypocrisy, and fanaticism are his only counselors, whispering to him new modes of oppressing his people. Everything around is stamped with the marks of baseness and falsehood, while in his infernal region, desolation and death reign triumphant. A sanguinary priesthood is sacrificing human victims to the God of peace and love, men who wish to bring back the Dark Ages, the age of tyranny and ignorance and death." The foreign correspondent of the Evening Post, in a letter from Florence, Italy, published in that journal, December 27, 1834, has the following information directly from Tuscany. "Hitherto, in the administration of the government, a disposition has been shown to let off political offenders as lightly as possible, but lately, however, something of the same jealousy of republicanism has shown itself, which has been manifested by the other absolute governments of Europe. A quarterly journal was suppressed a few months since, on account of something which gave offense to Austria. This, and several other acts of the Grand Duke, have greatly diminished his personal popularity. The rulers of Italy appear to have come to an understanding that it is time to make an example of some of the disaffected. Now, this Austria is the same busy, meddling government that is operating in this country. We scarcely read the name of Austria in a foreign journal, or in letters from abroad, but in connection with some plan for extinguishing liberty. And yet we harbor her emissaries, promote their secret designs, contribute our money to swell their coffers, build for them their seminaries and convents, entrust our children to their instruction, court their favor, shield them from all attack, yes, even put ourselves under their protection. All this we do, and our native blood flows evenly in our veins. Spirit of 76, where dost thou sleep? And with what deep anxiety should Americans watch the vicissitudes of the conflict, having long since achieved our own victory in the great strife between arbitrary power and freedom, having demonstrated by successful experiment before the world the safety, the happiness, the superior excellence of a republican government, a government proceeding from the people as the true source of power, enjoying in overflowing abundance the rich blessings of such a government, must we not regard with more than common interest the efforts of mighty nations to break away from the prejudices and habits, and sophistical opinions of ages of darkness, and struggling to attain the same glorious privileges of rational freedom. But there are other motives than that of curiosity or of mere sympathy with foreign trouble that should arouse our solicitude in the fearful crisis which has at length arrived. A crisis which the prophetic tongue of a great British statesman, Mr. Canning, long since foretold. The war of opinion, threatening the world with a more frightful sacrifice of human life than history in any of its blood-stained pages records. Happily separated by an ocean barrier from the great arena where the physical action of this bloody drama is to be performed, we are secure from the immediate physical effects of the strife, but we cannot remain unaffected by the result. Of European wars arising from the craving of personal ambition, from thirst for national glory, from desire of territorial increase, or from other local causes, we might safely be ignorant both of cause and result. No armed bands of a conqueror flushed with victory could give us a moment's alarm. But in a war of opinions, in a war of principles, in which the very foundations of government are subverted, and the whole social fabric upturned, we cannot, if we would, be uninterested in the result. Principles are not bounded by geographical limits. Oceans present to them no barriers. All of principle that belongs to despotism throughout the world, whether in the iron systems of Russia and Austria, or the scarcely less civilized system of China, and all of principle that belongs to pure American freedom in the United States, or in the mixed systems of Britain, France, and some other European states, are in this great contest arrayed in opposition. Time discloses the plot of mighty efforts, of united efforts, of persevering efforts, utterly to extinguish liberty. As long as I live, says the Emperor, I will oppose a will of iron to the progress of liberal opinions. The present generation is lost, and we must labor with zeal and earnestness to improve the spirit of that to come. It may require 100 years. I am not unreasonable. I give you a whole age, but you must work without relaxation. This is language without ambiguity, bold, undisguised. It is the clear official disclosure of the determination of the Holy Alliance against liberty. It proclaims unextinguishable hatred, a will of iron. There is no compromise with liberty. 100 years of efforts, unrelaxed if necessary, shall be put forth to crush it forever. Its very name must be blotted from the earth. What? And is there a holy alliance, a union of Christian princes, leagued, end quote, leagued to extinguish the kindling sparks of liberty in Europe? And will they make no effort to quench the great altar, fires that blaze in their strength in the temples of this land of liberty? An oversight like this would seem to be too palpable for the wisdom of the despotic cabinets to commit. This conquest must be achieved, or liberty will never die in Europe. With declarations before us, thus officially put forth by despotism, of such exterminating hostility to liberty, is it not possible that an attack on us may be made from a quarter, and in a shape little expected? Should we not at least look about us? Nations may be attacked and conquered, too, with other weapons than the sword. The diplomatic pen, as England can testify, has often wrested from her that liberty which her sword had won. We need not look, therefore, to the ports of Europe to see if fleets are gathering. We are safe enough from ships. Nor need we fear diplomacy, for we have, quote-unquote, entangling alliances with none. Where then shall we look? What shape would attack be likely to assume? Let the nature of the contest aid us in the inquiry. It is the war of opinion, the war of antagonist principles, the war of despotism against liberty. But how can this contest be carried on in this country? We have not the warring opinions to set in array against each other. One principle is certainly absent. We have no party in favor of despotism. This party is to be created. If then a scheme can be devised for sowing the seeds and rearing the plants of despotism, that is the scheme which would find favor with the Holy Alliance to subserve its designs against American liberty. Is it asked, why should the Holy Alliance feel interested in the destruction of transatlantic liberty? I answer, the silent but powerful and increasing influence of our institutions on Europe is reason enough. The example alone of prosperity which we exhibit in such strong contrast to the enslaved, priest-ridden, tax-burdened despotisms of the old world is sufficient to keep those countries in perpetual agitation. How can it be otherwise? Will a sick man, long despairing of cure, learn that there is a remedy for him, and not desire to procure it? Will one born to think a dungeon his natural home, learn through his grated bars that man may be free, and not struggle to obtain his liberty? And what do the people of Europe behold in this country? They witness the successful experiment of a free government, a government of the people, without rulers, de jure divino, by divine right, having no hereditary privileged classes, a government exhibiting a good order and obedience to law, without an armed police and secret tribunals, a government out of debt. Wow, has that ever changed? 1835, huh?